Good afternoon and welcome. This is a regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force called for Tuesday, February 22nd, 2011 at 4 p.m. and beginning at 4:02 p.m. Roll call, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Member Snyder. Snyder absent. Member Nee.
Here.
Nee present. Member Cotton.
Here.
Cotton present. Member Manny. Manny absent. Member Washburn. Washburn absent. Member Knebber.
Here.
Knebber present. Member Wolf.
Here.
Wolf present. Member Chan. Chan present. Member Johnson.
Here.
Johnson present. Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Before we get started, we do have a number of agenda changes. Item number 1 is being continued because Marjorie Ann Williams is stranded out of town. Without objection, we will move item number 26 forward to the top. We also have a request for continuance on item number 11. This is dealing with complaint number 10063. The complainant is here. This is a matter of referral to the Ethics Commission for noncompliance with an order of determination. The complainant is here. The respondent has requested continuance. Ms. Benedict, could you step forward, please? I don't know if you've seen the memo from the respondent. They are requesting a continuance on this. Do you have any objection to that?
Well, sir, I just saw Miss Harvey walking down the hall on second floor, and I feel like she could be here for at least an hour, since normally people work in the City Hall till 5, and so I actually do object.
Okay, thank you. One other item, item number 13, complaint number 10068. That complaint has been withdrawn, so that is off the agenda. Regarding Mr. Rustam.
Mr. Chair, items 4, 5, 6, and 7 also need to be continued.
Correct. Items 4 through 7 are continued because those minutes have not been attached. I assume they're still works in progress. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So items 4 through 7 are continued.
Mr. Chair, on item number 13, was there also supposed to be an item for determination of jurisdiction on that item also?
No, that for item number 13, jurisdiction was already established.
Okay, thank you.
But the complaint has been withdrawn.
Okay.
Regarding item number 11, I am inclined to go forward with it. What's the feeling of the task force? Anybody?
Yeah.
I think we should go.
I believe we have consensus to move forward. Are there any other requested changes to the agenda? Seeing none, we will move forward. Starting with item number 26, could you call that item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item number 26 is proposal to draft memorandum urging the Board of Supervisors not to use the absence of state reimbursement as a reason to halt the timely production and proper posting per the Sunshine Ordinance of agendas of meetings of the Board and its committees.
Okay. Right off the top, we have basically a couple of questions here. Number 1, how strong a statement do we want? Number 2, how broad an audience? Do we want to send this to all boards and commissions or just the Board of Supervisors? I'll welcome comments. Member Wolf.
I would say all boards and commissions. It needs to be a system-wide announcement.
Okay.
Yeah, agreed.
And my own... in terms of the content of the message, as near as we can tell, the various and sundry boards and commissions have been posting their agendas, even though boards and commissions in other jurisdictions up and down the state have used the state's budget crunch as an excuse to skip that particular requirement. So my own inclination is to thank the various and sundry boards and commissions for abiding by the practice and strongly encouraging them to continue to do so. Does that work? I don't think we need a formal vote on this. I think a consensus will suffice. Member Johnson.
When I brought this up at the last meeting, I don't know if urging them to do so is exactly, I think maybe that's too soft because it is the law. So perhaps reminding them that that is a requirement. I mean, it doesn't have to be vicious as though they didn't do it, but maybe thanking them and reminding them that it continues to remain the same requirements despite being unable to charge a fee to the city or the state.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Member Washburn. Member Washburn, Member Wolf.
I agree with Member Johnson. I think that it's important to remind them of the law and that, but yeah, we don't need to be strident about it, just forceful.
Okay.
Slight difference.
Member Wolf?
My concern about this, it goes also kind of in concert with an item we have on today's agenda, item number 19, which has been also an ongoing issue with those two parties regarding how fees are collected to do the work of Sunshine. If the state is already funding or reimbursing the city for performing Sunshine, then why are they double dipping on the public in collecting fees for also for additional monies for Sunshine? Question is are the monies being received from the state? How are they being distributed in the city? So I'm a little concerned about that. I don't know if it should be part of this particular letter, but I think it should also be investigated in some kind of way, because I'm concerned that we're going to have, because of budget problems, we're going to have all sorts of fees that are going to be asked for to support to backfill continued Sunshine efforts. And if the state is already providing that kind of money and has been in the past, I'd like to know where that money is. Should I file a complaint?
Well, that's up to you, Member Wolf. Your point is certainly well taken. Other comments? Mr. Threet.
Chair Kenny, I just wanted to note that the as an action item, this agenda description may not cover the other boards and commissions that you had said you might want to expand it to. It addresses Board of Supervisors and its constituent committees.
Okay. Well, then what we can do is we can do one of two things. We can start out with a letter to a memorandum to the Board of Supervisors and bring this matter back again next month and with an expanded constituency suggested, or we can do the whole thing next month. My own inclination would be start with the Board of Supervisors. There is some timeliness to this issue because state budget deliberations have begun, and I think we want to alert the Board of Supervisors as soon as we can, and then we can take up the other boards and commissions next month. Member Kneber?
I agree. I think that what we should do is in the writing to the Board of Supervisors, maybe we outline that we would like to expand this to all boards and commissions. Maybe we can extend it as we want to let them know first, and then, because the budget process, and then say that we'll take this up with all boards and committees in the city.
Okay, Member Cawthon.
I agree. I think we should definitely get this out as soon as possible. This is very important.
Okay, thank you. Member Johnson.
Through the chair, maybe to DCA 3, is it possible, would it still be a violation if we CC'd the governor and Mayor Lee?
Through the chair to Member Johnson, I don't think the CCs are a problem. And if I might offer another suggestion, since the Board of Supervisors is the budgetary actor, the primary budgetary actor in these matters, you might also request that the board ensure that there's appropriate funding for these purposes for all boards and commissions.
That's good.
Thank you.
So I would just request that we CC Governor Brown and Mayor Lee as well.
Okay. Is there public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. I believe we have consensus without a formal action necessary. Before we move forward with the rest of the agenda, I want to bid a special welcome back to Member Cawthon. She's been out several weeks for health reasons. We're glad to see you hale and hearty, and we're glad to see you back with us, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. So a big welcome back.
Well, thank you, and I'm ready for masses and masses of sunshine.
As we all are. Okay. And I believe that takes us to item number 2. Could you call that item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item number 2 is approval of July 21st, 2010 special meeting minutes.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there public comment on the minutes of July 21st, 2010? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cawthon? Aye. Cawthon, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber?
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan?
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Thank you. Item number 3, please.
Item number 3 is approval of August 24, 2010 meeting minutes.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Member Johnson.
I have a number of just typographical that I'll submit to Mr. Rustem, but there are 2 mildly substantive things that I wanted to point out. On page 4 of the minutes, it's page 11 of our packet at the very top, where it says motion to refer Mr. Ken Akita of the Bay Area Video Coalition. I think it would be helpful if we added the section. It says for willful violation for failure to comply, but we don't have section 6734, which I think is what it's supposed to be, if that's not correct. And then the other one is on page 15 of the minutes, and it's 22 of our packet. Item number 27, a number of times Member Cawthon has told us that the Sunshine Award is not annual, it's once. And I know she said it before these. That's it.
It's what the British call a one-off.
Okay. Further comment? I also have some corrections. None of them substantive, so I will send them in writing by email to the administrator. Is there any public comment on the minutes of August 24th, 2010? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. On the motion, Member Cawthon? Cawthon, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber?
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan?
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Thank you. Items number 4 through 7 have been continued. Would you please call item number 8?
Item number 8 is approval of January 4, 2011 special meeting minutes.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Member Johnson, Member Washburn.
I know that in the past we had discussed that there might be a change in the format of the minutes, and for what, because we have other items on the agenda, I don't necessarily have, I mean, they're much pared down without any description of the public comment. But the one thing that I would say is that it's difficult because we don't have closed captioning, and because when you go to our website and it says it has the audio, but you can't click to the item, without having, it would be nice if you could just add, if we keep them in this format, if you could add, when there's a motion or when it says that the motion passed, if you could add who it's against and what it's for. Like it just says, for example, one of them will say a motion to find violation of 6721B. I don't know what that is. Is that me?
Some feedback, somebody's microphone.
It's not mine. I don't know how so if you could put in there at least who it's found against. Sometimes the department head is, the actual department is listed on the complaint, but sometimes we'll say, we're finding willful violation of the actual department head and their name. So if you could put in the body of them, because it makes it, sometimes when we have the committees, I go back and review these, and it makes it hard for me to know if we found it against the department or a person. I don't know if that adds too much work to it.
Mr. Rustin.
Through the chair, it doesn't add a lot of work, actually.
Okay.
It's manageable, but I have been instructed by the clerk's office to do the action minutes. That's the reason.
Okay. Well,
But I can discuss it through the chair. I can discuss it with my legislative director and see what he has to say.
Yeah, it's a pretty minor addition, but our just like the Ethics Commission, when our meetings are not the same as what those clerks deal with, so sometimes the sections that you cite to, like 6721E, has a significant text to it, and it could be any number of reasons why we cited to it. And so there are some in here where you have put, for failure to respond, or, but sometimes it's for failure to appear, but it doesn't say that, or for failure to send a knowledgeable person, and it might be against a specific person as opposed to just the department. So if it's possible to just add that piece of information, it would be helpful for when something comes back before committee.
Okay. Member Washburn, did you have a comment?
Yeah,
And then Member Wolf.
I like the new format of the minutes. I like the bolding and the really clear expression of the motions. But I'm wondering, is there the possibility for a happy medium between these extraordinarily pared down minutes and the ones that we have for this summer that are, because the action minutes have really no information about what transpired during the hearing, just has the outcome, the action, and there's nothing about what the members of the public say.
Member Wolf.
My concern with regards to this is something that Member Johnson inferred with regards to accessibility. Doing action minutes in this kind of way without any, the only substance of the meeting would be to refer back to the previous agenda and reading the actual, just the presentation of the complaint, and then getting the further substance of the recording. To have some way of knowing where the item is with regards to the recording, instead of having to sit through 4 hours of a recording would be nice. I think having some, where the time code is for that particular item would be helpful. And I don't think that's, if we're going to have this kind of drastic reduction in description and in substance of our minutes, then I think it makes it just is accessible for members of the public. I'm just thinking it from assistive technology perspective. If this was translated into Braille and then somebody had to go and wanted to have to listen to a certain item. I'm thinking of it in that kind of way. That would probably be the most complicated kind of model that I can think of at the moment. So I'd like to maybe put in a request to the clerk to have if these are going to be the minutes that we're going to be subject to, that the time code be included for each item.
Mr. Rustam, how easy or difficult is that?
I will have to, Mr. Chair, I will have to consult with the IT people, and I will present Member Wolf's request and see what they can do.
Okay. Thank you.
I will provide you with a report next month.
Thank you. Okay, further discussion? Member Johnson.
I would like to continue these minutes until we find out more. I don't want to approve them the way that they are. It's it's the nature of our work here requires us to go back and review what happened previously. It's not always so simple as, it's not the same as just recording them. So, that's a great idea if you could time stamp it. I don't know if when you're reviewing the minutes, you could just glance up at the audio and see what I don't know what you review them off of, but like when you do it on the computer, it's got the little time running up there, even if it was approximate. So the way they are now is not useful to me for our work.
Okay. Is that do you want to make a motion then to continue the
Yes.
minute?
I'll second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion. Is there public comment on the motion to continue the minutes? Seeing none. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cawthon. Aye. Cawthon, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber. Aye. Knebber, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan. Aye. Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, would that be for items 8, 9, and 10 as well?
I was about to bring that forward. Without objection, we will also continue items 9 and 10 for the same reason.
I have an objection. If
Okay.
you're going to continue it, then I'll comment on 8.
Okay, I will. What we will do then is declare these matters continued. 8, 9, and 10 continued.
But I would like to comment on 8.
You will be allowed to do that, sir. You will be allowed to do that.
Mr. Chair,
Member Wolf?
I just want to notate that on item number 10, that there is more being reported in the area in regards to the votes for the violation. Like looking on page 42, that was a continuation. Oh, those are yeah, right. This is continued hearing. So here there was here the task force motion task, like number 3. Not only did it cite the section, but it also gave a little more description of what it is. So it's interesting that there's less in the number 8 than there is in number 10.
Okay.
So I just wanted to notate that.
Thank you. This time, is there any public comment on item number 8, the minutes of January 4th, 2011? You have 3 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Well, I'll comment on 8 if you're going to continue 9. That's the whole point, because my comment was on 9. But it's very germane to number 8. So why don't I just go ahead and make my comments? Last week, I thought I would listen to the audio on one of the matters that were taken up at your January 20 meeting involving a request for public information and records from the city attorney, Agenda 14. After hearing it, I was somewhat confused as to what the complainant had asked for, what the differences were between the two motions. One passed, one failed. So I checked the minutes. I will read you the minutes. Item 14. Hearing on complaint filed by anonymous tenants against city attorney's office for allegedly withholding public records and procedures. Anonymous tenants gave an overview of his complaint. Department was represented by Jack Song. Member Chan said he is acquainted with the respondent, but added that the relationship would not prejudice his decision. There was no objection. Member Knober, seconded by Member Washburn, moved to find a violation of 6722B and 6727. Public comment. Ray Hartz, Ellen Sang spoke in support of the motion. Member Johnson, seconded by Member Washburn, moved to find a violation of 6727. The first motion carried on the following vote. Ayes 7, excused 2. Second motion failed on the following vote. Ayes 3, naming the 3, noes 4, naming the 4 excused, members Cowthan and Wolf. So I said, I still couldn't make heads or tails out of the minutes descriptions as to what the parties actually stated in their presentations. What the members' discussion focused on are exactly what specific violations would need to be corrected if they passed. I also noted that on the second motion, although you, Chair Nee, had voted aye, the minutes showed you voted no. So I forwarded a set of minutes done by the Secretary of the Commission on the Environment, which were about 7 pages long and very, very carefully put together. And I noted that the minutes of these meetings are really important because you are moving on actions that involve serious consequences. If you move to pass something on to the Compliance and Amendments Committee based on an order of determination, and that order is wrong or isn't complete, you have a problem. That's one. 2, when it goes to the Compliance and Amendments Committee and there's no compliance, it ends up coming back here, as some are today, and then you'll refer it to the Ethics Commission. Anybody who wants to figure out what happened cannot find it in these minutes. In fact, these minutes are not minutes at all, because you don't need anybody recording anything except perhaps the votes, because everything else has no significance without a further description. And I think it is critical that this be corrected. The other thing is I had to sit through almost that entire 3-hour audio in order to catch the part that I wanted to hear. And that's a big waste of time for almost anybody. So I don't think that I don't have the time to go through all the minutes. That's not part of my job. But I think the public is not being served by the absolutely paucity of information, and I think it's a disgrace, and I think it further reflects on how well this task force is actually going to be remembered as having done its job, because 2 years from now, somebody's going to come back and look at these minutes and say, how could they let that pass?
Thank you. Is there further public comment on item number 8? Seeing none, public comment on item number 8 is closed. Is there further public comment on item number 9? Seeing none, public comment on item 9 is closed. Is there comment on item number 10? Seeing none, public comment on item 10 is closed. And these matters, again, are continued till our next regular meeting, which will be March 22nd. Could you call the next item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item number 11 is the Compliance and Amendments Committee has referred to the task force a recommendation that file number 10063, Deborah Benedict against the Mayor's Office of Economic and Workforce Development, be forwarded to the Ethics Commission because of inaction on the order of determination.
Thank you. Ms. Benedict, please step forward. Okay, at the time this was put on the agenda, there was an action on the order of determination. Could you update us, please? Have you received any satisfaction?
None.
Okay, thank you. Do you care to, if you care to address us, you have 5 minutes.
I'm genuinely a novice to the process. I am concerned, especially since the governor announced that he was planning on cutting out sunshine from the budget. I don't know what that means in the near future for sunshine law or whether or not meetings will be announced. But the information that I'm seeking is not a meeting announcement. It really is information related to a specific incident involving a specific person. And what's extremely frustrating is that the person that was mentioned in the complaint has never appeared, has never been mentioned as appeared, and probably with the exception of the janitor who cleans up at night, the lowest person on the totem pole in that office has been the person who's been relegated to handling this. As I say, even if there's a positive vote, I honestly, I'm not really clear on what that means. If it goes to the Ethics Commission, then it's another commission. I don't know if there's consequences. I don't know if I'll ever get my information. So I'm going through the process. It's a learning curve, and I will say that I do have concerns about the effect on the board and on the ability of the public to be able to get information from members of government if there's no adherence to sunshine law. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none. Matter is with the task force. Member Johnson.
I was unable to attend the compliance and amendment meeting, and I listened to the tape, and I think there was a bit of confusion that went on over our findings. Ms. Benedict seemed to be confused about. I had referred you to Catherine Stephanie, not Supervisor Mercarimi's office, and not to get wording for a complaint, but because she worked with Michaela Alioto-Pure, she could help you navigate the various offices that might be associated when an event has an ADA complaint. Then the other thing was, when I had originally wanted to find violation of 6721C, it was because I forgot her name, the woman who's been appearing on behalf of
Maisha Hervey.
Ms. Hervey seemed to be aware that there were, she seemed to be aware that there were permits and various things like that. And if their office didn't have them, it seems that the wording of 6721C means that they have to help Ms. Benedict learn where that is. So in light of that, I was a little concerned about, in the order of determination, there's a line on the second page just before the findings of fact that says that Member Snyder suggested that regardless of the outcome of this complaint, Ms. Benedict make another request, since everybody now knows what she wants. And I don't think that's appropriate, because I think that we should not be asking the complainant to yet again make another request when we found a violation that they were not assisting her. If she had to make another request, it would be to a different department, because she had accidentally or inadvertently not known which department would be appropriate. But if the Office of Economic Workforce Development would just offer Ms. Benedict a list of where the various things came from, which Ms. Hervey knew, she clearly knew those things, she wouldn't have to keep appearing and not being able to pick up her kids. So I just wanted to make that comment since I wasn't at the compliance.
Thank you. Member Wolf.
I would just say that that particular line that Member Snyder said is in the section regarding the order of determination, but it's not wasn't the decision of the task force. The decision of the task force is exactly as you explain the intent. So I don't think that Member Snyder's suggestion was part of the actual decision and order. So I think I understand what you're saying. Mm-hmm. I don't see it as being inclusive. I see Member Snyder's statement as being exclusive of the decision.
Through the chair.
Member Johnson.
Just to stay on that subject before we get off it, I think it's confusing to the people who read it. I think that it leaves open the idea that there's something the complainant needed to do. And I think that come if you listen to the compliance, if you listen to that meeting, I think it comes through that it was confusing.
Okay.
So I understand now, that this is an explanation of what occurred, but, it says order of determination. I just felt like
that's
it
the
added
title.
a little bit to the
Mr. Chair, I just want to notate for everybody's edification that the words, that the heading at the top, order of determination, exists on every page.
Okay.
It's just a heading for this particular document. That heading is not substantive. What you're reading is part of
the
hearing on the complaint. So, just so you know, it is a little confusing in the formatting, Mr. Chair. That the heading, is continued throughout every single page, and that it's the same typeface. And so it does. I can see Member Johnson's how it could be confusing and to the public. So I would urge maybe that Mr. Rustam not continue the heading on every page. It's already mentioned on the first page.
Thank you. At this time, Ms. Benedict, if you have it, I will ask again, is the respondent present? Okay, Ms. Benedict, if you wish, you have 3 minutes to make any concluding remarks.
The only remark that I would make is that it's now 20 minutes till 5, and this item is on and up. And I am 100% certain that Ms. Hervey is upstairs in the office of the Mayor's Office of Workforce and Economic Development. And the postponement that she requested, if you don't even come in for the first hour, above and beyond the issues related to this, I just feel like, they're going through the motions. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Member Johnson.
Well, I want to make a motion to find a violation of 6721E for not appearing or sending somebody knowledgeable to appear, but I'm not sure if it should be against Martha Cohen or whoever this Jennifer Matz person is that was mentioned in the request for a continuance.
I'm sorry, am I allowed to say one quick thing and clarification? I believe Ms. Matz is a brand new transferee into the position and wasn't even there when this occurred.
Thank you.
Point of clarification or information, Mr. Chair. Was the decision in the order of the determinations to find the agency in violation, or is it to find that Martha Cohen was in violation?
It was the agency.
I know we're trying to refrain from finding agencies in violation because agencies don't violate, people do.
Mr. Rustam, do you have any recollection on that?
The word agency and department are interchangeably used in these orders of determination, but I think it was against the department.
I think if you look at the bottom two paragraphs on page 51, findings of fact and conclusions of law, names Ms. Hervey, decision and order of determination is against the agency.
The complaint is against Martha Cohen.
Yeah.
It has to go with the original complaint.
Mr. Chair,
Member Knebber.
I believe the discussion was about they sent Ms. Hervey because she was representing the agency, and I think within the Sunshine Law it says somebody that can speak to this. And I think we found against the agency just for that reason, because it was not the person named, but somebody they had sent to be able to speak to the agency's ability to give the information that they wanted. The custodian of records, I guess.
Member Johnson.
Well, I'd like to make the motion to be against Martha Cohen because this will be the third time. They sent the same person a compliance and amendment, and she really didn't. She really just basically said she didn't know anything. So this is the third time.
Member Knebber.
I have a technical problem with that, as I've had before. That again, we would be finding a violation against a person who had no notice. She has not been asked to be here for the last two. Somebody else was sent. I don't think that if we specifically named that she should be here and she didn't show up, I could go along with that. But I think since we didn't do that,
Okay, let's take things in steps here for procedural and expeditious reasons. First of all, is there a motion to refer this matter to the Ethics Commission?
Yes, motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I second.
Moved and second. Discussion on the motion to refer this matter to the Ethics Commission. Member Wolf.
Okay, so my concern about this is that violations are against people that don't provide things. That's what's contained in the Sunshine Ordinance. There's no mention of agencies. So you bring a violation against an agency because you can't enforce it against a specific agency per se. So the idea here is we're talking about custodians of records. So the complaint originally was focused on Martha Cohen. If Martha Cohen decided to send somebody other than herself and it was an incorrect person, then it's not Ms. Hervey or whoever who was sent's fault. The focus shouldn't be on Ms. Hervey. It should go back to the original complainant. And that's who is named in here. Ms. Hervey just happened to be the one who showed up. She didn't necessarily claim any responsibility for this particular piece of paper that Ms. Benedict was looking for. Ms. Benedict was very clear on who she was focused on.
Okay, so are we offering then an amendment to the motion?
I would move to amend that the violation not be against the agency and that it be to Martha Cohen.
Okay, so the motion then is to refer to ethics with Martha Cohen, the named respondent. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Member Knebber.
I understand why you want to do this, but again, I still have the problem. Even with the note that she sent to us saying that she's going to show up, she said, Ms. Hervey says she was the one that's supposed to be here and she's not coming because she wants to bring somebody with her. So I still think that is acknowledging that she was the one to talk to. So I think if you want to name somebody, I still think it has to be Ms. Hervey.
Then, Mr. Chair, then I would adjust my amendment to include both of them.
Okay. Member Johnson.
I disagree that with having Ms. Hervey. Ms. Hervey, when she first came here, she represented that to us that everyone knew about this complaint and that it was her job and that to respond to Sunshine complaints, that she'd been assigned that job. And so I don't want them to be able to send somebody here on their own just so that we can't find them in violation because we didn't specifically name them. And so this is the third time, and Martha Cohen is well aware that Ms. Benedict, and this is very serious. This is about ADA access. It is very serious. And she spoke to Ms. Cohen, and we've received now excuses about 2 different people being out of town because there's a whole different person that was out of town the first time.
Right.
So since Martha Cohen was the first person, I think Ms. Hervey is the messenger.
So where do we stand now on the motion? Both parties named or one?
I'm going to stand with both parties. I think Martha Cohen, who was the original complainant, the person being complained about, needs to be included. That was the person who Ms. Benedict was pointed to contact about this. Ms. Hervey stepped forward to refer that she, had more information and more knowledge, or at least was knowledgeable about the situation. She claimed some responsibility. The complainant is not getting any satisfaction from either of them to this day, and they are not here to even answer to it. So put them both in the same boat. I continue with that.
Okay. And the maker of the motion accepts?
No, I just can't. I don't think Ms. Hervey. She showed up at both of the meetings, and she sent this. And I think Jennifer Matz is a much higher officer than her, and she's probably following what they tell her to do.
Member Wolf? Member Washburn.
Mr. Chair, my concern is again, this is now a department playing chess or checkers at best, where they're just moving the pieces around in order to stall or to not take responsibility. We have to put some responsibility on somebody. If they get upset and mad or whatever it is, that's their business. They should follow the rules the way they're laid out, and tough boogers if they can't, if they can't get with it. I think we have to start sending some messages, and we're coming on 5 o'clock. So
Okay. The maker of the motion.
I will withdraw my objection, and I will accept the motion.
Okay.
If-
So
may
the
I ask
motion now stands. That we name Ms. Cohen and Ms. Hervey
Yeah.
as the violators here
May
in
I
our
ask
referral to ethics.
May I ask a point of order question before we?
Yes.
If we refer it to ethics, can we still request that they come up with this information? Because more than having to find them in violation, I want her to get those documents.
There is nothing to prevent that.
Okay.
Member Wolf and Member Washburn.
I'm sorry, Member Washburn was before me, actually.
Right. I had a question of Mr. Rustum. When you send correspondence to the mayor's office on economic and workforce development, do you address the correspondence to Ms. Cohen?
Through the chair, yes.
So Ms. Cohen has been the party that you have actually
with.
named and corresponded with. Yeah, I still have a problem naming Ms. Hervey in this. So I was not supporting the amendment because I think she's...
Well, maybe in light of that, would you?
Member Wolf.
The only reason why I'm not is because, if you remember, I had asked a lot of questions of Ms. Hervey, and she was very knowledgeable about the process in general. And I had asked, when anybody makes a request to use city property and is going through an elected or the mayor's office, elected officials or mayor's office, there's got to be some paperwork. There's got to be an MOU or some sort of permit or something like that. And she was she knew exactly what we were talking about, what we were asking for. And the fact that there wasn't any is how we came to this determination, that she didn't at least direct. If she was going to claim that they had no information, they had to at least direct Ms. Benedict to a place where she could get it. Because there cannot not be, that's a double negative, there cannot not be documentation for that big of an event that takes up that much part of the city. There's insurance issues and so on and so forth. Police, being contracted, that kind of stuff. So, I stand.
Okay.
And Member Chair, one more item. I don't think that this should go to the Ethics Commission, because I think this should go directly to the district attorney. Under 6721E, we're not dealing with necessarily a willful violation issue that's not been mentioned here with regards to would be the reason to send to ethics. 6721E, if the custodian refuses to comply or fails to comply with the order within 5 days, the task force shall notify the district attorney or the attorney general, and they may take whatever measures he or she deems necessary to ensure compliance. I think that's the way we should go. I think we should send it to the district attorney.
Does the maker of the motion accept that amendment?
No, I don't. I think the district attorney, well, would the district attorney handle it on their own?
Yeah.
Well, Member Chan?
By referring to the district attorney, this is a criminal matter, right?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
We would be referring to the district attorney if we feel criminal prosecution is justified. That, I think, is the question we have to answer here.
So you have to ask the question: is this a criminal act?
No, we don't have to.
We have a suggested we have an amendment on the floor, an amendment to the motion to refer not to ethics but to the district attorney. Does the maker of the motion accept that amendment?
I just don't. I think that even less will happen at the district attorney's office than the ethics commission.
You do not accept the amendment?
No.
The motion stands as is. Member Knever?
I just want to bring up a point of order. I don't know if we could do. I mean, the item on the agenda is specifically referring to a referral to the Ethics Commission.
That's correct.
I don't think that we would be technically able to change that.
You may be correct. Mr. Threet, could you weigh in, please?
Through the chair, Chair Kennedy, Member Kneber, I believe that is correct. And I've actually been holding a couple of comments that maybe I should deliver all at the same time. Member Knever also raised an issue previously about whether it would be appropriate to find a violation for Ms. Cohen. And although occasionally I have given advice expressing concern about making referrals where the complaint did not originally name the person. In this case, Ms. Cohen was named in the original complaint and has been the recipient of all correspondence around that. So I don't think there's really a due process or notice issue for that type of referral that would be presented. And in regards to the district attorney versus the Ethics Commission, I would simply note that certainly, it's the task force's choice who to refer to, but it's not necessarily the case that you have to choose one or the other.
Thank you. Is there public comment on this motion?
Well, let me start with the last first. Sending it to the district attorney would require some evidence of a criminal act, because that's the only thing they operate on, and I don't believe that whatever's been offered up in this particular matter would rise to that level. And based on my own experience, I can tell you that sending something over to the district attorney's office is a black hole, because Paul Henderson, who is the one who really processes this, is extremely hostile to Sunshine, and I can assure you it would never see the light of day. As for who would be a proper party, the custodian actually is the person who is nominally required to have the record, and if that custodian doesn't produce it, that's what creates the violation. We don't actually know who the custodian is here, but it sounds to me like it's Mrs. Cohn. But I want to make another point in that respect. I really think it's the head of the department that's responsible ultimately for this. In fact, Ms. Matz was supposed to be here for this hearing, and of course she's not here, and Miisha Hervey's not here, and there's no way to get any indication of what's going on that prevents them from complying with your order. And the fact is that that's a violation of 6721, I think, E, where a respondent has to have somebody at these hearings so that you're not guessing and, supposing and assuming. And in the past, what's happened is that you have coupled a finding of official misconduct against the official or the department head involved. And that's the way to get the focus, in this case, on Ms. Matz. And I'm not even sure she's out of town. I read a blurb today in the Chronicle this morning about the development on Market, and she was the spokesman for the mayor's office. She must have talked to somebody. Did she do it off her iPhone? I don't know. But it's really a sign of disrespect. We know the mayor's office for all these years had never, ever sent anybody to these final hearings because they don't want to know about them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item? No. Parties in interest are not permitted public comment, but thank you. Yes, sir. 3 minutes, please.
Unfortunately, my name is Jason Grant Garza, and I have been subjected to this farce of a task force for umpteen years now. Now, the issue that's at hand is whether we're going to refer anything to the district attorney or the ethics commission, so that the illusion of proper handling and punishment or whatever, so that it gets corrected, goes forward. Well, I happen to have before me a referral for willful misconduct by the Sunshine Commission for my particular case, 10038, that was sent up in September 15, 2010, that I've never heard anything back from either this commission or the Ethics Commission. So the fraud that's being perpetuated on these people, thinking that, they're going to go through the process, there's going to be a response, there's going to be, some penalty. That way they're going to fix it so that it can get corrected and move forward, is a mere illusion, because I'm still sitting here, gone 10 steps ahead of this person with a referral from your illustrious committee that's not even worth toilet paper.
Thank you. Is there further public comment?
(6734) willful failure shall be official misconduct. The willful failure of any elected official, department head, or any other managerial city employee to discharge his duties imposed by the Sunshine Ordinance. I mean, my understanding of it is there's two things. You were kind of talking about two different motions at the same time, but then I just feel as though if anything happens, she starts off by suing the city and county of San Francisco. And then from there, that department, it figures out who they're going to hold accountable. So naming anybody, I don't think it's necessarily unless it's the head of that department, I don't necessarily think it's appropriate. She starts her lawsuit off, and then if they want to discipline somebody, then they figure that out. Anything else?
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion. Member Wolf.
Mr. Chair and members, I'm very concerned about the discussion we're having here about this and the reluctance to send it to the district attorney. Despite whether the district attorney would do anything or not, we haven't really had much luck with the Ethics Commission in general anyway. So either way, it's just a matter of where the ordinance allows us to act and to have some level of enforcement, or to at least be able to direct to a particular place enforcement agency. The ordinance works on a matter of escalation. It starts out with, please provide the documents. And then if they don't provide the documents, then it goes on for there all the way up to willful violation. Now, willful violation is official misconduct. And official misconduct is deemed, in the eyes of the law, as a misdemeanor. Well, if misdemeanor is not a crime, then I don't know what is. So let's be clear. If you're going to send something to the Ethics Commission, then you're sending something to be determined as to whether it's going to be a misdemeanor or not. And if it's a misdemeanor, that's something that the district attorney has all the power in the world to process and carry out themselves. What 6721E does for us is everybody other than the department heads and elected officials, which would have to go through the Ethics Commission for willful violation. Here in 6721E allows for everybody else, inclusive of those people too, to also be referred to the district attorney or the attorney general. And the sentence basically says to take whatever measures that department or that person deems necessary to ensure compliance with the provisions of the ordinance. Doesn't say to do nothing. It's to take whatever measures to ensure compliance with the provisions. So that's the thrust of my reason to at least try it and push it down that road, because we've not exercised it in that kind of way. We have the opportunity to do it, and it's in black and white, right in front of us, right in the code. Thank you.
Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, could we have a reading of the motion?
The motion is to refer this matter to the Ethics Commission, naming Martha Cohen and Maisha Hervey as the responsible parties.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. On the motion, Member Cotton. Aye. Cotton, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber.
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf.
No.
Wolf, no. Member Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye, Mr. Chair. We have 6 ayes and 1 no.
The motion carries.
Chair name?
Member
Are we-
Johnson.
The 6721C of that complaint, can we refer that to a committee to make sure Ms. Benedict gets her information? Or is
We've
that-
been down that road.
I mean, that's what I was asking before we did the motion. You said it's not impossible.
Well, it can be referred. However, at this point, I would respectfully suggest that any further contact on this matter come from the chair of the task force. I don't think there's any need to refer this to committee. I think it's with the task force now, and that's where it should stay.
So it'll come back through our...
It can come back through us, Member Washburn.
Yeah, I was going to suggest if we could, if you would follow up with the new head of that office.
Okay. Well,
Who
the office
asked for a continuance, but make
the
sure.
office is going to be duly informed by the administrator that this motion has passed, that the matter is being referred to Ethics Commission.
Okay.
To Ms. Benedict, you had a question earlier as to where this goes. The matter is now shortly going to be in the hands of the Ethics Commission. The task force will recommend that the Ethics Commission take disciplinary action against the respondents. We cannot control what the Ethics Commission does on this. The Ethics Commission is separate from us. They have, it's a five-member body. I believe 1 seat is vacant right now. The record of the Ethics Commission on handling sunshine complaints is, from our perspective, not a very good one. We have sent more than 14 or more complaints to them. They have not seen fit to act on any one of them. Ethics is not unique in that category. However, I will add that ethics is in the process of reviewing its policies on how it handles sunshine complaints. They are seeking the task force's input on that. It's a long process at this end. We're hoping that by the spring, is our intention that by the spring, we send to the Ethics Commission a formal statement on policy guidelines that their staff has proposed, and our statement will basically analyze and suggest revisions on the policy that their staff is proposing. That's where it stands now. That's really all I can tell you at this point. Where it goes from here, we can't make any guarantees. However, believe me when I say that we are very sympathetic to what you've gone through, and we certainly appreciate your bringing this to our attention. This is why we're here. We need these things brought to our attention, so we thank you.
And it doesn't mean you can't make requests from the department.
At this time, we will take public comment on items not on today's agenda. 3 minutes each, please. Sir.
Yes, hello. I really like what I just heard about how concerned you are with forwarding everything up to the Ethics Committee, and how 14 times you know that it... Are you going to look at me, sir, or are you just going to look down? Thank you. How 14 times you've sent it up to the Ethics Committee, and how it's been a failure, but yet you're continuing to offer the false hope with the assurance that maybe, perhaps, this time it will. Oh, and by the way, we're here to help you. Well, you know what? That's not help. Mr. Nee, please look at me when I address you. Thank you, sir. Yes, so I'm quite confused because I have my letter from the Ethics Commission that you sent up that I specifically have asked everyone here, and I have a copy of my records, you know, as to what the result was. This was in September. It is now February. I've not received a response. So while the Ethics Commission has not, shall we say, not been on the uppity-up with what it should be doing, well, what about you guys? Why haven't I heard a response as to the false process that I was thrown into? Why is there no accountability, and why are you doing it to the rest of these people, and then turning around and saying, well, we really want to help. Thank you for bringing it forward. We're throwing you into a rigged process, but that's all we can do. We've done our best. Well, sir, that is unacceptable. What part of unacceptable do you not understand? You know, we have done everything correctly. We have brought to you where the ordinance was broken. You've acknowledged that, and there's been no punishment. There's no deterrence for them not to do it again. All you can do is stand up here and continue to offer false hope to everyone in line and continue it and walk home and feel good about yourself. Well, that's not good. It's actually quite immoral.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on items not on today's agenda?
At the last meeting in January, I spent quite a bit of time making a presentation about the inequitable, unfair, and probably incorrect method of taking votes on so-called violations of the Sunshine Ordinance. What we have today are 7 members present, which means there are 4 no votes. Nobody can see them, but they're actually right there. And it would only take 2 no votes to hold against the complaining party. It wouldn't be so bad if I thought that my hard work would have produced some impetus to move the process along, because even though I think it's a rather inappropriate way of dealing with the problem, it's the only way that's available because of the positions adopted by the city attorney's office based on law that I can't seem to get from the city attorney's office no matter how hard I try. But I'm willing to accept that for this purpose. But I really think it's unfair, truly, to take the votes the way you take them. And if somebody out there has a complaint and loses 5-2, they're not going to feel very good about it. That's the first part. The second part is I want to talk a bit, well, I want to add one other thing. I did a study. The city attorneys notified the mayor a couple of years ago that there are over 60 boards or commissions within the so-called executive department, and broke down specifically what their membership was, how they got appointed, and what their functions were. Of those commissions, I forgot what I did with my notes, probably 11 have 11 or more members, but they're mainly advisory commissions. The ones with real authority, such as this body, and ethics, and planning, and so forth, never have more than 7, and most frequently 5. So this issue of the absolute requirement of a majority of seats is really not as difficult to deal with as it is here, because here, invariably, as I mentioned before, you never have 11 members, almost never. So if you're down to 10, you still need 6. If you're down to 9, you still need 6. If you're down to 8, you still need 6. That shouldn't work. The other thing I want to comment on is Mr. Garza's suggestion that ethics is not the place to send matters.
Okay.
I think
the 3 minutes have expired,
well,
sir.
but this
please,
is a
please,
broader
please,
point.
Please wrap it. Please wrap it up.
Pardon?
Please wrap it up.
The point is that since
Excuse
August...
Excuse me.
Never mind.
Mr. I was not trying to interrupt your speech. I was going to request that during your speech, other members of the audience remain silent. Please approach.
I was trying to encourage the people who are concerned about sending these to ethics that, in fact, there is a lot of stuff going on in the background within the task force, and hopefully it will reach the point where ethics will agree that what they get from you is strictly an enforcement issue. They don't have to redo. There's no redo here, or as President Bush used to say, whatever. It's not a redo. It'll be an enforcement. It'll be quick, and it should be effective.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on items not on today's agenda?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how do I get a copy of the order of determinations from the last hearing I was at. I think I've asked for some documents and I didn't quite receive them. I mean, I just feel as though if I get an order of determination, I should probably be sent it automatically or something. But I'm asking, how do I get a copy of the order of determination from this body?
Okay, that should be handled through our clerk, Mr. Rustin.
Yeah, can you send me some copies of some stuff?
Mr. Rustin.
Through the chair, if he makes let me know what he needs and I'll send it to him.
Okay, sir, did you hear that? Let the administrator know what you need, and he'll be happy to work with you. Thank you. Is there further public comment on items not on today's agenda? Seeing none, public comment is closed.
Mr. Chair, I'd
just like to comment.
Just like to comment on Mr. Grossman's comment on the voting of this board, of this task force. As you know, I had requested for this to come up on this meeting. It'll probably come up on a future meeting. My own dissemination of what Section 4.104, how it reads. And I don't understand why there's this resistance to not do it according to the way it's written. It seems very clear to me. I don't understand why the city attorney is not necessarily DCA 3, but the city attorney's office in general. I think it's a very serious matter. I was almost at a point where I was going to protest today's meeting moving forward without having had that discussion, because I think it doesn't do a bit of good for the public, as Mr. Grossman has suggested. So I would urge everybody to read what I had written. I would urge everybody to read what Mr. Grossman has written, because I think that the way the votes has been operating, not just for this task force, but all the commissions and all the advisory committees, is just wrong. It's absolutely wrong.
Member Washburn?
Isn't this matter going to come up before the newly reconstituted Rules Committee? Isn't that the plan?
Well, that is my intention. Regarding placing the item on today's agenda, when I got that request from Mr. Wolf, I was intending to do so until I saw the number of complaints on today's agenda. We got a long meeting ahead of us, and for that reason, I decided to keep the matter off of today's agenda. With Member Cawthon having returned to us, that's going to give us some additional leeway on committee appointments, and it is my intention to reconstitute the Rules Committee very, very soon, and we'll get this moving forward. Mr. Grossman has raised a point that I think is certainly worth exploring. Enough said. And thank Mr. And I want to thank Mr. Grossman for bringing it to us. I think it needs to be explored. With that, let us move to the next item, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item number 12 is the Compliance and Amendments Committee has referred to the task force and recommendation that file number 10069, William and Robert Clark against the Arts Commission, be forwarded to the Ethics Commission because the order of determination was not met within the prescribed period.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, thank you for coming through. You have 5 minutes.
I would just like to let you know that since the last hearing, I did receive some documents from Mr. Lazar, which this is the only copy, but I would like the committee to see what was sent to me, if I could pass it around to the members while I speak. You'll see basically numerous sheets which with a 2-week payments, and it's pretty confusing to me. And after I went over the whole thing, if you remember in my request, I asked for a specific breakdown of what the salaries and benefits were of each of the employees. After going through those records, it still doesn't give me a specific breakdown of what the salaries and benefits were. It gives me a total of what the salary and benefits were from each employee. And I looked at the classification code for each employee at the Department of Human Resources, and each code has a variance of salaries from one point to another point, from a low to a high. So I still don't know exactly what those salaries and benefits are. And I would just like to remind the committee that this all started as a result of me receiving this document from the Arts Commission, in which they listed the total salaries for the year as $118,759, and the total benefits for the employees as $42,820. And my complaint is that if they can separate the salaries and the benefits and present a record to the controller specifically what the salaries and total salaries were for their employees and what the total benefits were for their employees, then they should have a document that specifically states what the salaries for each employee are and what the benefits for each employee are. So although I have something to look at, I still don't have the answer to my questions, because I'm asking for a specific breakdown of what Mr. Lazar's salary was, what his benefits were, what Ms. Russell's salary was, and what her benefits were, and also, as I found out through those documents, what Lila Conrad's salary was and what her benefits were for the year of 2009-2010. And I don't think that this is confusing to me, because I had to go through all those records and try and figure out exactly what he's trying to present to me. And then, like I said, after I did all that, I had to add up each one of those things and try to figure out who got paid what. But I still don't have that breakdown. And I think that this is just passing to the control of the fact that they're still trying to deny that they have any document that specifically states what their salaries were and what their benefits were. And so I would ask that you just send this over to the Ethics Committee, because until I find that out, I really don't know what any of those salaries or benefits were. I have some general idea, but I haven't seen the documents. And I have some other questions, but that's for something else.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Thank you for coming, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Please identify yourself.
I am Julio Matos, representing the Arts Commission and Street Artist Program Director Howard Lazar. As a representative, I was asked to convey to you the following information relating to this case. As we reported to you at the hearing of February 8th, Mr. Lazar continued his search for documents which could possibly yield information more specific to the request of the clerks. He had discovered that the Controller's Office issues a document covering each pay period. The document shows the amounts of salaries and fringe benefits for each employee during a pay period. We also reported to you that Mr. Lazar informed the clerks in writing on February 4th of the existence of these documents, that he had accumulated all of them and that he was in the process of redacting certain confidential personal information from the documents. Under the guidance and review of the city attorney, Mr. Lazar carefully redacted confidential personal information from the documents. And on February 11th, he informed the clerks by email that the redaction process was completed and that he was mailing in hard copy from the redacted documents. Mr. Lazar mailed the documents comprising 43 pages with an accompanying letter on the same day, February 11th.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Okay, at this time, the respondent and then the complainant will each get 3 minutes to make any concluding or rebutting remarks. Mr. Matos, do you have anything to add? Okay, Mr. Matos indicates no. Mr. Clark.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate that the documents that I received have a combination of the salaries and benefits, and I still don't know, as a result of reading those documents, what the salary was, what the benefits were for each person, and I believe that the Art Commission does have a document that contains that information, and the evidence I have to establish that is the document that was sent to the controller, which contained a separation of salaries, a figure for the separation of total salaries for their employees, and a figure for the separation of the benefits. So there's no way for the Arts Commission to send this over to the controller unless they specifically know what those benefits and salaries are for each employee. And I think this was a way for me to have a delaying process, and that made it very difficult for me to have to go through all those records, when in reality all we had to do was ask Mr. Lazar what his salary was for that year, what his fringe benefits were, and I would have been able to get the information that I'm seeking. The fact that he isn't here today, as you recall at the last hearing, he was there, and when it came to his turn to speak, he disappeared from the meeting. He left the meeting right when it was his turn to speak, and I wanted the task force to ask him specifically, simply what his salary was for that year and what his benefits were, and then I would be able to get the information that I'm seeking. So I'm just asking for your help for me to get that specific information. Thank you.
Thank you. The matter is back with the task force. Is there a motion to refer this matter to the Ethics Commission per what's on the agenda. Member Johnson.
And may I ask Mr. Clark one question? That in your last statement, you would have accepted oral information
Sure,
on the
sure.
salary and
Yeah.
benefits.
Yeah, and because all I'm asking is for, like I said, I would have accepted that because then I could, and I would have accepted an oral statement of him telling me that there were 3 employees for that year, which I found out, and then I could have figured out mathematically what the other salaries and benefits were. He knows that information. I mean, it's his salary and benefits I'm interested in knowing.
Okay, thank you. Is it, I don't know how to ask this, but a specific person's salary may be confidential, but the title is, if you asked about the salary of a title for the city, that's not confidential?
Mr. Threet?
Through the chair, Member Johnson, I believe that there's been court rulings that the specific total salary and benefits of any individual employee is public information. I believe there's a different issue, however, if you're talking about, which I'm not sure has been thoroughly addressed by the courts, if you're asking about specific benefits, for instance, for health care, that might raise a different issue. But in terms of the totals for each employee, I believe that is public information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Cawthon?
I just wanted to add that I recall a case in Oakland, and it went to the courts, and they did find that salaries were public information.
Member Kneber?
And this is just adding on to, I'm getting more and more of a distaste for this because last time we had the same problem. I mean, this 43-page document is kind of a slap in the face, in my opinion. I don't think it is very hard for Mr. Lazar to tell this is the total of my salary. The question was asked 4 or 5 different times in writing, asked for orally a few times, saying what is his salary and what is his total benefits. That's all we're after here. And I am almost sure that it is public information as per DA 3. I don't see, and even if it isn't, I want to see he would need to provide documentation as to why it isn't public information. We have nothing. So I would move that we forward this, definitely.
To ethics? Yes. Is there a second?
A second.
Moved and seconded by 2 people. Member Johnson or Member Washburn?
No,
Member Johnson seconded. Okay. Discussion. Member Johnson.
I would also like to point out, I completely agree with Member Knepper, and I would like to point out that on page 149 of our packet, Mr. Lazar expresses hostility toward these 2 very complainants. So I think that lends itself to the idea that they are getting a bit of resistance from their requests.
Further discussion. Is there public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cawthon?
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knepper?
Aye.
Knepper, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan? Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Thank you. Motion carries. May we have the next item, please?
The next item is item number 14, determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Charles Spitz against the local homeless coordinating board for allegedly failing to respond to an information request.
I move we find jurisdiction.
Second.
Moved and seconded to find jurisdiction. Is there public comment on the jurisdiction question? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Jurisdiction, Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knepper?
Aye.
Knepper, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan? Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Cawthon?
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Thank you. That takes us to substance. Mr. Pitts, please approach the microphone.
Mr. Chair, just a question.
Member Wolf.
It seems that this item, the complaint was filed on November 22nd, and today is February 22nd.
That's correct.
How's it that we're getting it today? We haven't heard this before.
Mr. Rustin, have there been any continuances?
If you can give me a few minutes, Mr. Chair.
I would suggest in the meantime we proceed with Mr. Pitts' testimony. Mr. Pitts, again, thank you for coming, sir. You have 5
Oh, I'm
minutes.
sorry, I think I have it wrong.
I think the thing is all I asked for was minutes to a meeting that happened just the last month. So for me, I should have received those minutes when I went to the meeting. But the thing that happened was they didn't even have minutes on there. So I was just asking for the minutes. I couldn't get them. And when you look at the timeline, I received the minutes like a couple hours after I filed with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. So just wondering what's happening here.
Don't worry, we're
Excuse me.
But I think the problem is she didn't give me any type of correspondence until I filed with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and then I get the information that I requested, and it's a pretty clear violation. You know, 6725-A. It says that she's supposed to contact me within 24 hours. That didn't happen. You know, I waited like a couple days. I think 2 days were weekend days, but even with me giving tolerance for that, she still didn't give me any type of response until I filed.
Thank you. Is there anybody to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, seeing none, the matter's with the task force. Mr. Pitts, I have a question. You mentioned violation of 67.25A, which I believe refers to immediate disclosure requests. Is that correct?
Yep.
Was this an immediate disclosure request?
Honestly, that's the only type I filed.
Okay.
I'm not waiting for like 2 months or 10 years whenever they figure it out what to do. That's all I filed.
Okay, so this was an immediate. Did it say at the top of your
Let me
correspondence? Did it say immediate disclosure request?
83.
Okay.
I mean, let me pull it out. Let me show you. I mean, that's
we have it in our
We have it in our packet, page 83. I'm informed.
okay. 83.
Packet page 83.
And it was stamped, received by HSA.
Trust me, I've been doing this for like 3 years. Of course, I'm going to get these basics
Okay,
right.
stamp received November 18th, and you did not hear from them until December 22nd. Is that correct?
As soon as I filed with you, I got it like maybe a couple hours later.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Pitts?
Member Johnson?
How are first of all, I'd like to commend you on your performance at Rules on February 3rd. You did a great job. Keep it up. You did a really good job. But my question to you about your complaint here is that how do you normally access the minutes? Are they online? Do they email them to you?
I figure I go to the meeting and then I should pick them up. They should be there. It's normally happened like that. So.
You mean you pick up the minutes of the previous meeting at the new meeting?
Mm-hmm. And for me, the problem was it just seemed like there was no mention of like the minutes from the meeting before. They just started off with their agenda, and.
Do you know if they have them available online or in any other way other than you requesting them? Have you ever requested them before?
Well, see, the thing is I just okay. See, the problem would be see, they would have to approve them, and then once they approve them, then it would go onto the website. That's my understanding of it. So they couldn't just put them on the website without approving them. So I'm just thinking.
Well, 6716 requires that they have draft minutes available for public inspection no later than 10 working days after the meeting. So I was just trying to figure out if, not only did they violate your immediate disclosure request, but since it was well after 10 days after the meeting, she should have at least been able to provide you with draft minutes. So I was just trying to figure out if you'd asked for them before or if you'd ever tried to access the minutes before a meeting.
I mean, I just made the assumption that I could pick them up when the next meeting came, and that's kind of like what I did.
Okay, thank you.
Member Cawthon?
I just one of my statements has already been mentioned, but Mr. Pitts, did you look online after you asked them? Did you look online for the minutes?
Okay, see, they didn't Approve minutes. They don't
have to be approved, but the draft minutes need to be filed within 10 days. So did you look online for the draft minutes?
I figure my responsibility is to ask her, and she's supposed to provide them. So.
It's a separate.
What I'm trying to find out is if they posted them. Do you know?
I don't know if I don't know if she posted them or not, but I do believe if I ask for documents, then she should provide it.
Yeah.
Member Knebber?
Yeah, we're not trying to contest that, Mr. Pitts. We're just trying to see, this is a separate issue, that if it was there before that, we're not, the fact if they're online or not doesn't supersede the fact that you asked for them in person to get a document. We're just trying to get extra facts here.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't check. I didn't check because I really wasn't looking.
Yeah.
I figured I should have just been able to pick them up at the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine. Member Cawthon.
Well, I would like to find them in violation, untimely production of minutes.
Okay.
Also,
this isn't quite yet the time for motions, but please continue.
Not the time for a motion?
No, not yet. Please continue.
Well, I think we've covered to my mind, we've covered the subject. Also, I think that we should find them in violation for not sending an eligible party.
Okay. The chair will again ask, is the respondent present? Okay, at this time, the complainant, Mr. Pitts, if you wish, you have 3 minutes to make any concluding remarks.
I guess there's really not much else to say. She didn't provide information. She didn't contact me within 24 hours as required. There's really not much left to say or do because she just didn't do what her job was. She didn't follow the laws of San Francisco. So hopefully I can just get an order of determination of something here. Thanks.
Thank you. The matter is back with the task force. Is there a motion? Member Johnson.
I just wanted, through the chair, Mr. Reston, did you hear from the local homeless coordinating board about their not appearing today?
Through the chair, no.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I have a motion.
Member Cawthon.
My motion would be to find them in violation for untimely production, failure to justify withholding, and failure to appear.
Okay, so that's 67.25A, I believe. 67.27, is it? What's the failure to justify withholding? Is that 67.27? 27 or 26?
I don't.
They don't have them. They didn't. They produced.
Chair Nate, the failure, they didn't withhold. They produced them. It was an untimely response, but
Okay.
There was no justification provided for withholding because they produced them.
Okay. 67.21E. Member Cawthon, there was no, again, as Member Johnson points out, the material was actually provided. So there was no withholding here. So that leaves us down to 67.25A and 67.21E. Is that the thrust of your motion?
Yeah, it was an untimely response to an immediate disclosure request and also failure to appear.
Right. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Member Johnson.
I would make a friendly amendment to add 6716 because it was 10 days after, it was well past 10 days after the meeting.
Okay. Does the second accept? Second accepts. Maker accepts. Maker accepts. Further discussion. Is there public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber.
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan. Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Cawthon. Cawthon, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes. The motion carries.
Thank you. This matter is referred to the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee. May we have the next item, please?
Item 16 is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Deborah Benedict against Baker Places for allegedly failing to comply with Chapter 12L of the San Francisco Administrative Code.
Is there a motion to accept jurisdiction?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Is there public comment on the jurisdiction question of this item? Seeing none, as public comment is closed, roll call, please. Member
Are you saying you have a point of...
I do.
Member Johnson.
There's no attorney's memo with this, so I don't. Has this been through the complaint committee? No. Do we know that Baker Place actually falls within the jurisdiction of 12L?
We don't have any information other than here.
This has not gone through a complaint committee? So we're taking this directly at the... Shall we convene the complaint committee?
Well, that would not be necessary if we, do we want, is there a motion to continue this and have the complaint committee determine jurisdiction?
Mr. Chair.
Member Knebber.
I honestly don't see a reason to. We can get to that here just as well as we could get to that at the complaint committee, to the jurisdiction on the case. It doesn't hurt to have more members here from the task force to talk about it if we have problems, then forward it to the complaint committee where we have a 3-member committee.
Further discussion? Mr. Threet?
Through the chair, I was just going to note that there's no procedural requirement that it go to the complaint committee. The complaint committee's action is a recommendation to the task force, which is either adopted or not adopted by a vote of the task force.
Thank you. Member Wolf.
Yeah, I want to share the concern of Member Johnson regarding memorandum from Mr. Threet on the item. I think not having some guidance.
Mr. Chair.
Member Knebber.
Well, I mean, honestly, when I looked at this case, there's not much here. I don't think that there's much to go on yet. I don't think that there's much that I would hold that there's not much to be able to write an opinion on yet.
Mr. Threet.
Through the chair, I'll just share with the task force that there have been ongoing discussions about the budget of the task force and the need to give advice within the budgeted hours for the task force, and it has been decided through consultation with the chair that where an item is relatively simple, and in this case, there's no opposition from the respondent, there's no contest of jurisdiction, and the real question for the task force is whether Baker Place has had the 2 meetings that it's required to have under the administrative code, so long as it has received the funds necessary. I don't know whether it's received the funds, and I don't do independent research on these matters, so I take the information as it comes to me.
Thank you. Further discussion? Member Johnson.
Since we don't know if it received the funds, how would we, and they're not here, no one's here from Baker Places, how would we know that they?
Mr. Chair.
Member Kneber.
Well, I think that we'd have to take both separately. We have to take jurisdiction, and then we take the case, and if they're not here to present their facts, so we have to go on that. I think it's 2 separate issues.
Right now, we're on the jurisdiction question.
Right. Well, how would you determine jurisdiction if you don't know what their contract is? I'm not going to say that I'm not going to assume jurisdiction without knowing. Are they an outside?
Member Kneber.
I would actually counter that. I say we would assume jurisdiction unless they contest it themselves. The role of us is to take the complaints as taken. It is mandatory for the body, the named respondent to contest jurisdiction if they have a reason to do so. If not, we take what the case is.
So
the complaint was filed December 21st. They've had plenty of time.
Were they notified through the chair, Mr. Rustom?
Mr. Rustom.
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you.
Member Cawthon.
Mr. Rustom, did we hear from them?
Through the chair, no,
Sorry?
Member Cawthon.
Yeah,
there was no response.
To know if we heard from them, and if so, what they said.
Through the chair, Member Cawthon, there was no response.
And my second question is, I guess this is for Mr. Threep. So how do we determine whether they're a nonprofit or not and covered by 12L?
Through the chair, the information that I've usually received on a complaint has come from the administrator, and it comes from the website for the controller, where there's a list of nonprofits who receive city funding. I believe in those cases the jurisdiction has often been contested, and the administrator was performing a supplemental service to try to illuminate this issue of like how much funding do they actually receive. It wasn't disputed that they received some funds. I have no idea in this case whether they are listed on the controller's website. You can obtain that information relatively easily, and it might be possible to get that tonight through one of the computers. Another suggestion I have is perhaps Ms. Benedict knows this question. You might ask her if she knows.
Ms. Benedict, do you know their status regarding their nonprofit status, and do you know how much money they get a year?
I was at a meeting, the one meeting that they did have, and they announced that they had, I guess, sort of been slipped early, the funding for this year, and it was well over $250,000. And I know for a fact that they are a nonprofit because they've been operating with contracts with the city for 30 years.
Okay.
So they're very well established as a nonprofit.
And I just had a question again for Mr. Threed. Is 150 the margin?
250 is the threshold.
Yes, through the chair, it's 250,000.
250. So,
Thank you.
in the interest of moving easy things along, this is good enough for me. And the fact that they didn't come certainly is not something to their benefit.
Further discussion. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cawthon.
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Kneber.
Aye.
Kneber, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan. Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
That takes us to substance. Ms. Benedict, please approach. Again, thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
I attend nonprofit meetings for a variety of different organizations. Many of them deal with people who are either low income, but that's not actually true because I attend ones for all I do a lot of meetings for nonprofits because I have a background in doing nonprofits, and so this is one that I have on my list. And I know for a fact that several years ago, because the library keeps records of this, that they had several other instances in other years where they didn't have meetings at all. And then they had a year that they had a meeting. And this last year was one of the years that they had a meeting. And I know that that's a contract violation. So the city, of course, for anyone that gets large hunks of money, has to have two open to the public meetings. And they have to, of course, as you know, put them in the two different locations. So I go back and forth and look at the locations and see what's coming up and then choose which meetings I'm going to. And Baker Places is on the radar of one of the organizations that I absolutely want to keep track of. And I, as I say, attended the one meeting that they did have and heard a lot about their finances and, about the money that they had and the assets that they had. And they were all very happy because they had over $1 million plus the money that the city gave them, which was a large amount of money. So, I want to keep them on my radar, any group that handles large amounts of money, and I'm very interested in this particular organization. And so I checked throughout the year for this, and none of the records are there. They definitely didn't have an open meeting as required. So that's all.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Seeing none, is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Kneber.
Ms. Bennett, can I ask you a question? I'm not familiar with Baker. Could you just give us an idea of what they do?
Baker Places like Prospect and Conard House are nonprofits that deal with persons with either addiction or mental health issues, and it's contracted through the Department of Health.
Okay.
And so it's an agency that deals with people who have issues.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure.
Other discussion? This time, Ms. Benedict, if you wish, you have 3 minutes to make any concluding remarks.
Simply, really there aren't any discussions related to this because, in fact, the evidence is really easily found or actually not found. So it's pretty evident you have to notice the public, and they didn't, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you. The matter is with the task force. Is there a motion?
I have a question.
Member Johnson.
If we did find a motion, can it include a violation for failure to appear, or is that special in the Chapter 12L?
Mr. Threet.
Through the chair, nonprofits are subject to the requirements of 12L, and the failure to appear is the 6121E violation, and nonprofits are not subject to that provision of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Thank you. Further discussion. Is there a motion? Member Washburn.
I guess I would like I would really like to hear from them about their meetings last year. I mean, I believe Ms. Benedict is a credible complainant and witness, but we don't really have much to go on to find violation of 12L. I just went to their website and doesn't have very much available. Those are just some things I'm thinking about.
Ditto, I went to the website. It contains no meeting notices, no agendas, no minutes, no anything, or links thereto. So we're really lacking information here. Member Knebber.
I think it's the agency's duty to respond. So I think that from the information we have to take the complainant at face value. So I think that we need to find the violation of 12L.
Is there a second?
I second. Oh.
Moved and seconded. The violation would be of 12L?
Yeah, the requirements under 12L, right?
Okay.
Is
Moved
it
and
the entire? You just.
All of 12L?
Well,
there's also 12L7, which is failure to comply with 12L, and then you could put the meetings, which is 12L4.
I believe in her complaint, Ms. Benedict mentions 12L6.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Well, the meetings is 12L4.
Okay.
The 12L6 is about board of directors membership.
Okay.
Is that what you were seeking? Or?
Ms. Benedict, please speak in the microphone.
I beg your pardon. I guess I made a mistake on the actual number under 12L, but obviously from my testimony you probably can tell that what I'm talking about is they didn't have a meeting that they're required to have.
Okay, 12L4A1, I believe, is what we're referring to.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you. That's all right.
So I would like to, I guess I'd amend my motion to 12L4A1.
Okay, second accepts?
Yes.
Okay.
And would you be willing to do 12L7, the compliance, failure to comply? Or do you want to just do 4?
I would, through the chair, under my gut is just to do the specifics, to point out exactly, because I see this as also as a directive to them. 1207 doesn't really lay out exactly what it is. I'd rather put the direct.
And in addition, I just wanted to point out that Member Chan and I were looking up Baker Place on the controller's website, and it says they received $13 million.
Wow.
That's a little over 250,000, I guess. We did the math. Further discussion. Is there public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber?
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan?
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Cawthon?
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes. The motion passes.
Okay, and this matter is referred to the Education, Outreach, and Training Commission Committee. Chair will declare a 5-minute recess. We're back in session. Mr. Clerk, could you call the next item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item number 18 is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by William and Robert Clark against the Arts Commission for allegedly failing to comply with Section 67.21B.
Move we find jurisdiction.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Discussion? Is there any public comment on the jurisdiction question? Seeing none, roll call, please.
On jurisdiction, Member Cawthon.
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Caneba.
Aye.
Caneba, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan. Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Thank you. That takes us to the substance of the matter. Mr. Clark, please approach. Thank you for coming. You have
Thank
5
you.
minutes.
Thank you, members. I'll try to be brief. Just to make you aware of where this complaint comes from, at the end of the last fiscal year, I asked the controller to give me an accounting of what the expenses and charges were for the Street Arts program last year. And I received these 2 documents from him, which I believe are in your files. One is Street Artist Program FY09-10 charges, and the other one is Street Artist Program expenses incurred after 6/25/10 to end year close. And on the first one, when I received this, I noticed that there was this supervision charges that were placed against the Street Arts Program, which have never been charged the Street Arts Program in the 40 years that we've had the program. And I found out from the controller that those charges were assessed the Street Arts Program 1 month after the close of the fiscal year by what was labeled as a management team of the Arts Commission. And in that, basically what they did is they took the program, which I think is interesting. If you notice, what they did is they took the salary of Mr. Kinsell, who is the Director of Cultural Affairs, and Jill Montan, who is the Director of Programs. They took they seem to know what their salaries are and what their benefits were, and they listed their salaries and benefits, added them together, then added a 10% supervision charge onto that, and then they got that total, and then they took 5% of that, which they charged the Street Artist Program. And now what I did is I requested from Mr. Lazar the documents or records explaining how this 5% fee was determined, if they had any records or documents that expressed or explained how this 5% fee or charge was deduced or figured out, because I assume there must be some records down there which say, well, Mr. Kinsell worked on this day to supervise this, or Miss Jill Montan worked on this day for so many hours. And in the letter I received on November 22nd, all I received was a statement from him is, in response, the Arts Commission has no document and or record which was used to make such determination. The figure is based on a reasonable assessment of the Director of Programs' involvement in the activities of all the programs of the Arts Commission, which is extremely vague to me. And I received these other 2 documents from Mr. Lazar, which you've already seen, that say nothing about how this 5% charge was computed to explain to me how they determined 5% of these people's time was used to supervise the Street Arts Program. So what I'm trying to find out, which is how they determined 5% of Ms. Milton's time was used to help supervise the Street Arts Program, and how they determined 5% of Mr. Kinsell's time was used to supervise the Street Artist Program. And to this day, I have not got any more information. I go to, like I explained to you the last time we had the budget committee. I went in there to ask them about this supervision charge, and I was told my brother was told at the committee that we were not allowed to ask any questions under public comment. Now, I understand that the public is allowed to ask questions under public comment relating to items on the calendar as well as items that aren't on the calendar. And when we attempted to ask these questions, we were told they were not going to answer any questions that we asked. And as a matter of fact, when we did ask them, they just refused. They didn't say anything. And so, I don't feel that this statement that they don't have any documents is adequate. I believe they can't just go in there and say 5%, come up with an imaginary number of 5% of our time was used. We might have only been 0.5% of their time. So I'm asking you to help me find out more information or documents about how this specific charge was determined against the street artist program. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Thank you again for coming. You have 5 minutes.
I'm Julio Matos, representing the Arts Commission and Streets Artists Program, Director Howard Lazar. As a representative, I was asked to convey to you the following information relating to this case. On January 18, 2011, Mr. Lazar emailed a statement to Mr. Chris Rustum with regard to complaint number 10074. Mr. Lazar addressed William and Robert Clark's statement that as of December 22, 2010, they have not received any response to this November 8, 2010 document request from Howard Lazar, and we are filing this complaint against him for violating Section 67(2)B of the Sunshine Ordinance. Mr. Lazar informed Mr. Rustum that he had in fact sent a response to the Clarks 1 month earlier, on November 22nd, by both email and by hard copy letter. Mr. Lazar attached a PDF file of the response in his email to Mr. Rustum. I have a copy here with me if you care to see it. If you desire to see that. Furthermore, neither Mr. Lazar's email response nor his hard copy mailed response was ever returned to the Arts Commission. Therefore, the Arts Commission has no reason to believe that either delivery failed. The November 22nd response and its accompanying documents were furnished 14 days after the Arts Commission had received the Clark's request. The Commission had informed the Clarks on November 9th, as they themselves have stated, that it was invoking a 14-day extension to furnish a response that would be forthcoming no later than November 22nd. Mr. Lazar and his commission fulfilled this commitment and fulfilled it on time, November 22nd. Because the Arts Commission responded and furnished documents with its response on November 22nd in accord with the 14-day extension, the Arts Commission did not violate the Sunshine Ordinance. We therefore respectively request that the complaint number 10074 be dismissed.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Just for a point of information, the document that Mr. Matos handed to Mr. Rustum is already in the packet on pages 99, packet pages 99 and 1. 99 and 100, even though I can't pronounce it. Member Kneber.
I have a question for Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark, please approach.
So, your request, I'm just trying to get the facts straight in my mind. Your request is for documents pertaining to how that 5% number was calculated.
Yes.
Correct. And to your mind, what you got doesn't do that. I understand your testimony. Okay, that's what I want. That's what I understand. Thank you. This one is a little bit more gray area for me because it's 5%. They might have just said 5%, and that's what he's throwing out there, and that's all they have. And I can see that as a plausible thing as compared to last time. Again, we can't make them produce documents that they don't have. If they don't have a document that says, that 5% was because of this, this, and this, we can't make them produce it.
Mr. Clark. I assume you've seen the letter from the Arts Commission dated November 22nd, correct?
Yes, I acknowledge that I received that.
And you will note that there are, in a number of cases here, they say they do not have those records. What evidence do you have that they do have those documents?
Well, my evidence is basically based on the fact that everybody who works for the Arts Commission has a function, and their time is they keep logs of their time. If they're going to do so much work, as the Mr. Kinsella, the director of programs, Jill Montan, they keep logs of, well, I had to do an hour's work over here to help these people, because they have different cultural affairs, where they spend their time throughout the year. And there should be some record somewhere by either Mr. Kinsella or the other person as to how they spend their time. And I'm not saying that there should be 5% or whatever, but what I'm saying is there should be some record somewhere that they actually spent time doing this, because otherwise we have no record whatsoever that they spent any time. And this could amount to charges that are being charged to us for things that weren't even done. So I'm trying to get an explanation from them. If they claim they don't have any records, then I would like to have some explanation by one of them as to specifically when they spent some time helping supervise the program. They should be able to say, well, on this day, we had to sit down with Mr. Lazar and discuss this issue. So I think there should be some acknowledgement as to exactly, when they did help supervise. Otherwise, they could have charged us 10 or 20%. They could have charged us any amount, and we wouldn't be able to prove whether it was accurate or not. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Threet, did you have a comment?
Through the chair, just as context, I don't say this just to comment on whether there is or is not a public document here, but typically in setting public fees, there's a requirement that you can, in order to defend those fees if they're challenged in court, demonstrate that there is not a one-to-one correlation, but some correlation between the costs that you're attributing to those fees when they're set and what actually happened. Now, that would mean I think it would be advisable that such a log would be kept, but that doesn't necessarily mean that one was.
Thank you. Member Johnson, Member Knebber.
Mr. Matos? Do you work for the Arts Commission?
I work for them from time to time.
You work for them from
yes,
time to time?
Yes, I work for them time to time.
But you're not a full, excuse me,
I'm not a full-time employee.
Are you knowledgeable about how the 5% was calculated?
No, I'm not.
So you, did Mr. Lazar send you here specifically to read what he had already sent us?
Pretty much I went through the documentation that he usually I actually take care of the files that he usually, assumes, responsibility for. He has a 30-year records of everything that he's actually done. And I was the one who actually collected the information. That's pretty much it.
But
he broke it down and everything. You
collected the documents that were sent to the clerks?
No, not that document. Just the files, all the files that Mr. Lazar actually keeps.
So you have no way of knowing the reasoning behind the 5%?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Member Knebber.
in line with what DCA 3 said, the idea is it's a wording issue, and I'm kind of getting past that right now because of just how many times we've had to deal with this. But if the request was for any documents about how they spent their time, it's different than 5%. I can see a reasonable case being made saying that we didn't have a document, we just said 5%. Now, it's advisable, again, as DCA 3 to have something to back that up, but I don't know if we can hold them to that.
At this time, the respondent.
I have a question.
I'm sorry, Member Wolf.
Yes, there's a question for our administrator through the chair. Pages 101 through 104, how did we arrive to receive those? Did those come from Mr. Lazar? Did they come from Mr. Clark?
Through the chair, it came from Mr. Clark.
These came, 101 through 104 came from Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Okay. Was on page 102, there is a notation of an attachment of a spreadsheet at the bottom. Were these hard copies, or was that forward also?
Through the chair, it was a hard copy that was given to me.
Mr. Clark? I'm looking on page 102. I'm looking at an email from Scott Minty from the city attorney's office that sent a spreadsheet showing fiscal year 2010.
Right.
Did you receive that?
Yeah, I believe it might be this document, one of these two documents.
No, those are not. Those are not formatted as. Those are the FAMIS. That's the NFAMIS pages, which are printed out through.
These are the FAMIS charts.
Right. No, I'm looking for the city attorney's report on what they did for the Arts Commission.
Is that with the 11.75 hours?
Well, here it says here's a spreadsheet showing fiscal year 10 time for quadruple 0496 Artcom Streets Arts Program, which I suppose is the fund number or the invoice. It tells us what the total time is and how much of the total time they spent on Arts Commission issues. That of 50 and a quarter hours, they spent 11 and 3/4 hours on Sunshine. I'm interested to see that.
Right. Well, I believe I've seen that, but I have on this it basically says that they spent 11.75 on the Sunshine.
I know. I'm asking if you have that spreadsheet.
I'm sure I have it someplace.
Okay.
If I've received that, I'm sure. I don't have it with me today.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, the respondent and then the complainant will each have 3 minutes to make any concluding or rebutting remarks. Mr. Matos? Mr. Matos indicates he has nothing further. Mr. Clark?
Yes. Again, all I'd like to say is that if we're going to be, if I'm going to be charged a certain fee or just money to pay for a portion of Mr. Kinsell's salary, I'd like to say is this charge was added to, wasn't even included in the budget that went in front of the Board of Supervisors for 09-10. It was never discussed at a committee meeting throughout the whole year. And a month after the fiscal year closed, a meeting of this management team took place, who I don't even know who was on it. No names have been given, in which they voted, I assume, to charge us 5% based on what they considered what they thought was a reasonable assessment of these people's time. And all I'm asking for is some verification of how they determined any amount, they should be charged for any amount of time, and why, and how they reached this determination. I just think that if no document exists, that perhaps it's because Mr. Lazar considers some computer files as not documents, and that if they have to make a printout of it, because that he considers that the creation of a new document, and he's stated that he doesn't believe he should be able to have to create new documents. And I'm just suspicious that there's got to be something somewhere that they use to determine it. If they can come there and list on this document what the salary and benefits were for these other people, and then, as previously stated, they couldn't do it for Mr. Lazar, then I just think that there's something that's being hid here, because they should be able to say, hey, we spent 25 hours over the year for, supervising your program, so therefore that comes close to 5%, so we're going to, estimate 5%. And I just think that, to come in and say, well, we're just estimating this, we have no documents, we have no explanation, this wasn't included in the budget, we decided a month after the fiscal year ended to charge your program this amount of money. They should be able to back that up with some sort of record so that we can say, okay, that was a legitimate charge. And I don't know what to say other than that, I think that there's something somewhere that I should be able to get. And whatever you decide in this, I understand it's a little different. I'll accept your decision.
Thank you. Matter is back with the task force. Member Knebber.
Again, I'm actually leaning towards, if we don't have a representative here that can answer the questions from the Arts Commission, I'm leaning to find a violation. He says he wanted something. They said they provided something. We have questions about what they provided. If there was anything else, they can't answer that. So I'm leaning towards finding a violation of not justifying the withholding and failure to send a knowledgeable representative to answer our questions.
Is that a motion?
Not yet. I'm thinking. Leaning.
Mr. Chair.
Member Wolf.
Yeah, I completely understand the complainant's concerns, and that there has to be something that shows some sort of description of what people do, but at the same time, there may not be, and they may have, hired these people and said, we're charging 5% for whatever, willy-nilly, and just, they just cut up the pie any way they feel like it. But I don't necessarily, the supposition is that they should have something. We as a task force can't require them to do it. It's not our requirement. It would be something under the city administrator, I would think, or contracts department or what have you. Or even HR to request those kinds of documents. The question is trying to get discovery of whether there's any documents, and I agree with Member Knebber, that we need somebody here so we can grill them and ask them for it.
Journey.
Member Knebber.
Yeah, that's why I was restricting it to those two, the justification. Not that they withhold anything, but justification for withholding, because they're not telling us why we didn't get this. If they were here, they can answer it, and failure to send a knowledgeable representative. So I'll go ahead and make a formal motion of violation of 6726. I don't know which subsection. Withholding.
There are no subsections of 20. I mean, justification.
Yeah.
27.
Excuse me?
Oh, isn't it 6721? They didn't send somebody knowledgeable?
6726 does not have any subsections.
Okay.
Are you looking at 27, the justification?
Yes, that's it. I'm sorry.
Oh, 6727.
Yeah.
Oh, justification withholding. Gotcha.
Yeah, because it's not that they need to send somebody and be able to tell us why they don't have it. If they don't have it, they don't have it, but they have to tell us that. A specific document. Hold on, let me look through here.
I'll second it.
Okay, so which part of 6727?
Okay, hold on one second. I guess the one that we're supposed to match is A, because there's no specific. It's not cited why what authority they are withholding, if they're withholding for that reason. Again, this is taking the supposition that there is a document, and we don't have testimony from them that there isn't a document from our question. So that's why I would say 6727A.
And 6721E,
yes,
as I recall. And Member Wolf, I believe, second.
Yes.
Discussion, Member Johnson.
I agree with the motion, but I also have some concerns that there may be something related to the idea that we're focusing on whether they're documents or not. And I think it's pretty clear that the clerks want to know how the 5% was calculated, which could be considered oral information if he was here, which is why I was asking Mr. Matos if he was knowledgeable about how the 5% was reached, because even if there were no documents, somebody must be able to say, here is how we calculated the 5%. So I was thinking of a friendly amendment of adding 6721C, that they're required to assist the requester in identifying the existence, form, and nature of records or information. But there's nobody here. I mean, just because there's no documents, someone chose 5%, and someone knows how they chose that 5%. And if we only focus on the fact that there's no documents, people are never going to get the information that, if they're trying to hide the information, what they really want to know is how the 5% was raised. They don't really want a piece of paper. That would be nice, but what they really want is, how did they come to that 5%? It's their money.
Second, accept the amendment?
I will, but I would also think that Section 6722 also is companion to that. Every department head shall designate a person or persons knowledgeable about the affairs of the department to provide information, including oral information, to the public about the department's operations, plans, policies, and positions.
Okay, we have two amendments. The maker accept? Yes. Okay, so we now have 67.27A, 67.21C and E, 67.22.
Yes.
Further discussion? Is there public comment on this item? Thank you for coming, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Amanda Norquist. I'm a street artist, and I'm also a resident of the city and county of San Francisco. And I would like to know what the money that I pay on a yearly basis that I work very hard to make is being spent on. And I have to agree with Member Johnson in saying that, possibly not documents are required, but at least be able to communicate what it is that the money that us street artists are providing for the street artist program to operate is being used for. And if they're going to be charging us an extra 5%, we should know what that is for. And Member Wolf in saying that I would have to agree that they should be, at least since Mr. Lazar was not able to make it this evening, that he should at least send somebody who is knowledgeable of that matter and can communicate exactly what it is that someone like myself, who pays, near $600 a year to be a licensed street artist and sell my wares, is where my money is going exactly. Because I certainly haven't seen over the past year any changes. That 5% may have reflected. I didn't even know there was an extra 5% we were being charged for. So I would just like to make that comment.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber.
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Cawthon. Cawthon, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes. The motion passes.
Thank you. This matter is referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Mr. Chair, Mr. Clerk, could you call the next item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Item number 20 is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Anonymous against the Department of Recreation and Park for allegedly not releasing public information related to a commission hearing.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there any public comment on the jurisdiction question? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On jurisdiction, Member Cawthon. Aye. Cawthon, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber.
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Thank you. That takes us to substance. Is the complainant present?
No, I sent a
Complainant
sent a
requesting
communique.
anonymity.
I don't have a copy of it.
Yeah, it's. Give a second. Oh.
Thank you.
Can we ask if the respondent is here too?
The respondent is here.
Okay, great.
Well, I think we have. We have any one of a number of ways we can go on this. With the complainant not present, we can continue this, or we can table it, or we can proceed. What is the pleasure of the task force? Member Knebber?
The gist, or at least the sentiment of this letter, seems to me like the complainant would like this to go forward, even in their absence. They're not requesting to be continued. They're not saying whatever. They're stating their claims in the letter without being here. So I, for one, would favor going forward.
Fair enough. Okay. I believe we have consensus. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, would the respondent please approach? Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
I've gotten older. 2 pairs of glasses. Sorry. Let's see. Oh, wrong one. Good evening. My name is Olive Gong. I'm from the Rec and Park Department, and in responding to this complaint, we had sent 2 letters to the Anonymous's lawyer, Mr. Divilbis, and in our first letter, we stated that that we didn't have a tape because there was an error. Either there was an error or we couldn't find the tape. But even if we had a tape, we would not produce the tape. We would withhold it for attorney-client privilege because the closed session was protected by it. And we also, that was a letter that was written December 7th. And then we sent a follow-up letter, sent January 5th, updating our first letter, saying that the closed session recording had been found, but the recording was still protected under the attorney-client privilege. The complainant had also petitioned the supervisor of records for these records, and in her letter of determinations sent on February 15th, she stated that, quote, after carefully reviewing the recording of the commission's closed session, she has determined that the commission lawfully called and lawfully conducted the closed session. And further, to give an explanation of the reason for the determination would reveal the nature and substance of the closed session, a disclosure prohibited by the laws protecting its confidentiality. So we stand by our letter saying that we are withholding the recording due to attorney-client privilege. And I do have these copies if the committee wants copies of these letters if the committee wants them. Let's see. Excuse me. Oh boy. Where are my copies? Sorry. Those letters. Oh, you saw them? Oh, here it is. And this one's from Paula Jessen. Great. So, all right.
Oh man, I can't believe it's ain't right. Never mind. Found it.
Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Wolf, Member Johnson.
I'm sorry, Olive, what's your last name, please?
Gong.
Gong. Ms. Gong. I have a couple of questions. First is it a regular practice for the commission to do ample recording of closed sessions?
Yeah, they do record closed sessions.
They do.
Yes.
And they said first that they didn't have it, and then subsequently later they said they did have it.
Let's see. Our first letter, I quote from the letter, "We do not know whether system malfunction or operator error caused this lapse. The closed session lasted 15 minutes, and as noted on the agenda, it was discussion-only item to confer with legal counsel on potential anticipated litigation."
Okay.
So yeah, we couldn't find it at first.
Okay, but then you did find it.
Yes,
Okay.
and then later we did find it.
Okay.
And we said it in the second letter. The commission secretary found the closed session was recorded but had not properly identified the tape, so that the closed session portion was missed in the initial review of the tape recording.
Okay, thank you. The next question I have is in regards to Anonymous's claim on page 109, fifth paragraph down, where he says, and I think he's referring to Mr. Divelbliss, this is a letter to you, with regards to the closed session item, which was in regards to the Bloemendaal construction issue. Is that correct? The problem I have here is none of the documentation includes the agenda, so it's hard to know what came first and what came second. But if you can answer that question, that would be helpful.
What was item 9 and what
What was
item
the
10?
question?
The question was in relation to the closed session item, which was, I believe, item 9A, that the discussion in the closed door session was around Bloemendaal construction.
I don't have the agenda with me.
Right. Okay. So you don't have any knowledge about that, just the subject matter, or at least about the subject of how the meeting had proceeded that day?
I wasn't at the meeting, but I had spoken to our attorney about this, and she had said that to say anything about the substance of the...
I'm not asking about substance. I'm just asking about how the meeting went. I'm asking about what was public at the meeting, what happened publicly, because the claim here is that the statute of limitations for any action around Bloemendaal had expired, okay, and that that this was part of a public transcript. It says here the statute of limitations for any action against Bloemendaal had expired, and then it gives a notation of Chapter 7 bankruptcy filing occurred without the city having filed a claim, which is a public record. So my concern here is that whether the assertion by Anonymous is that item number 10 was somehow co-joined with item number 9A, and that the discussion that was happening in closed session was directly related to item number 10, and that there may be that anything that was discussed in closed session at that point may be what we have to determine is whether it is disclosable or not. Because when for closed sessions, when items are when litigation is over, then whatever was discussed in closed session may be made public according to the ordinance. So I think that's what Anonymous is trying to ascertain here as to whether the Bloemendaal case had the statute of limitations already expired. At that point, all information would have been public.
Let's see. Well, I don't know the answer to that, but Paula Jessen, in her determination letter, she does address the issue. She says, you also argue that even if the closed session were lawfully called and conducted, Section 67.8(1)A and 67.1(2)B(3) of the San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance require disclosure of the recording of the session. As we have noted, Section 67.8(1)A requires disclosure of a recording of a closed session upon the earliest of the following: 2 years if no litigation is filed, expiration of the statute of limitations for the anticipated litigation if no litigation is filed, or as soon as the controversy leading to anticipated litigation is concluded or settled. Section 67.1(2)B(3) provides that where disclosure of certain documents in a litigation matter that has been settled could adversely affect the city's interest in pending litigation involving a different party by the same facts, disclosure of the documents may be delayed until the pending litigation is settled or otherwise concluded. Does that address your question?
Well, yes, but the question then becomes is whether the Bloemendaal case had already concluded and there was a decision rendered. Thus, the case is over at that point. Thus, then the recordings could be released.
Well, just logically, it must not have been, because we'd not We're
Well-
not releasing them.
Well, that's your position.
Yeah.
You know, that may not be correct.
uh-huh.
That's what we're trying to ascertain here. So,
I would have to go
it's
back and ask
it's
people.
Anonymous's contention that you're incorrect. So that's what we're trying to. I'm going to take a moment. I need to ruminate about a few things here. Maybe one of the other members has a.
Member Knebber.
Again, I think this is the other way. The Anonymous isn't here to give us their reasons for why they think the Blumenthal case is done, and it should be disclosable. So I don't think we can make assumptions about it. I think we have what they gave us to go on this sheet of paper, and they're making assertions, but I don't see anything that backs up these assertions that this is disclosable, this is a case that is over with, so the attorney-client privilege doesn't hold.
Mr. Threet.
Through the chair, I just wanted to also note that the supervisor of records in the final paragraph of her determination concluded that there remain causes of action that the city could bring against potential defendants in this matter that are not time barred. And that was based on her review of the closed session. Due to the attorney-client privilege, she's the only party who has reviewed these other than those who were in the closed session.
Determination.
So I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Member Wolf.
Through the chair, Mr. Threet, is that person an attorney?
The supervisor of records?
Yes.
The supervisor of records is Deputy City Attorney Paula Jessen, who's been designated by our office to handle all petitions under the Sunshine Ordinance. The Sunshine Ordinance requires the city attorney to name an individual attorney as a supervisor of records. That individual then reviews through the process provided by the ordinance matters that are the petitions that come before her for determination whether there is a public record and it should be disclosed.
Okay. And further, if you can elaborate a little for me on your memorandum, there's no page note. Well, it's on page 2. It's notated at the top. It's a separate document noted as number 11 for everybody in the audience. In the third paragraph, it would start with the second sentence. It says, the memo discusses the legal status and assets of Blumendahl in recommending the award of a contract to Verbeege, concluding that Blumendahl had entered bankruptcy and that Blumendahl owed Verbeege considerable money, so on and so on, and that Verbeege had missed the statute of limitations to file a claim in the bankruptcy. The memo further discusses. Can you explain to me if that applies to whether the case that the Rec and Park had against Blumendahl, whether that has reached beyond the statute of limitations at that point?
I can tell you that the description of this paragraph refers to the assumptions and assertions made by the complainant. Okay. I have not independently reviewed that memo, and it was not provided as part of the supporting materials by complainant.
Okay, then if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask Ms. Gong another question.
Please proceed.
With regards to the assertions of Anonymous, now, considering that he has in some detail has laid out what he knows to be true, then it must be public knowledge that this is the case. It doesn't sound like that it's conjecture at all, where he discusses that Blumendahl had entered bankruptcy. Do you know if that is to be true?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. So at that level, you're saying you don't have that information.
I don't have this.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair, right now.
Member Johnson.
Ms. Gong, I'm I have two questions. One is you said that there was a subsequent letter where you we don't have a copy of that, do we? The letter that says that there is a tape? He has it? Is that?
Pass it around.
Okay. And then the closed session recording, is it when Rec and Park Commission does a recording of its meetings, are the closed sessions on a separate tape?
It's in a separate room.
The closed session is conducted in a separate.
Yeah, it's in a small room away. The.
So the commission physically gets up and leaves?
That's my belief, actually.
You don't know?
I'm actually not sure. But again, just logically, if there's a public meeting and if they wanted to have closed session instead of having the public leave, I would imagine that the commission goes into the back room.
That's not normally the case.
Oh, that isn't?
No,
I'm
normally
sorry.
they clear the audience from the room.
Oh, really? I'm sorry.
I don't know about Rec and Park, but almost every commission or board that I watch, which is significant, they clear the audience. Isn't that true?
I could go. I would have to go back and ask.
But my question would be: is the tape, the closed session?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if the closed session is on a separate tape or is it one continuous recording?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Rustum, do you have any idea if it's normal practice for the clerks to tape closed sessions separately?
Through the chair, I've never taken part in a closed session, so I don't know.
Okay, because that to me, I have a significant concern that there was a strong statement. That what I'm concerned about, although I have papers everywhere, is that it says on page 114 of our packet in Ms. Gong's letter from Rec and Park, it says, when the commission secretary was transcribing the minutes for the October 7th meeting, she discovered that the system did not record the closed session portion of the meeting. So unless there's a separate tape, I'm reluctant to automatically assume that they suddenly found the tape, but I haven't seen the letter.
Member Wolf?
I would just, for Member Johnson and everybody else's edification, it's Mr. or Ms. Anonymous's assertion that they had contacted the City Hall Media Services and they received no report of problems with any of the recording equipment during or after that meeting. It's on page 110 of our packet.
Well, I'm really, no offense to Ms. Gong, who doesn't seem to know, but like in this letter, it says, the letter we just received from January 5th, it says, in the course of discussing the matter with the supervisor of records, the commission secretary checked again in order to confirm the absence of the recording. In doing so, the commission secretary found that the closed session was recorded but not properly identified on the tape. So that the closed session portion was missed in the initial reviews of the tape recording. To me, that is very vague. Is it 2 tapes? Are they saying that in the middle of the tape they suddenly found the closed session? I want to know that before I let this go, because that's pretty egregious.
Ms. Gong?
I'm sorry,
She doesn't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even if the outcome is that the transcript is not something that is disclosable, the fact that they made such a strong statement that it was not closed, I think writing to an attorney that the tape doesn't exist would probably raise a lot of red flags within the city attorney's office when they saw what had been written. It's an admission that wasn't asked for. So I really want to know if there's 2 tapes. I want an explanation of why When they say that it wasn't identified on the tape, do they mean that's not identified on a separate tape? Because if it's one big, long tape, there's something wrong with that explanation. And having our commissions record closed sessions and keep them for 10 years is imperative. How else will we know what is going on?
Member Wolf?
Ms. Gong, on page 111 of our packet, this is the letter from, I suppose, well, it's from Mr. Divelbus from the law firm. At the bottom, he refers to some comments by the chair, quote, "and is there anyone outside that wants to come back in and hear this wonderful decision?" This is in regards to the verbiage windmill design. But the next sentence is a little concerning to me. The commission then elected not to hold public discussion or deliberation on the verbiage matter, and immediately to proceed to vote and approve the personal services contract. Are you aware that no public comment was taken on an item that was for action before the commission?
No.
Were you
I
present? You weren't at the meeting?
No, I wasn't at
okay.
the meeting.
I think that's all the questions I have, Mr. Chair. It's a little difficult without having anybody knowledgeable of the meeting and its details to glean anything about this case.
Mr. Threet?
Through the chair, certainly it would be helpful to have someone who could answer these questions. I only suggest that the section read, when I read this, when I was reviewing these for the memo for analysis, I read that to say elected not to hold public discussion. I read that to mean that they elected not to hold a public discussion among members of the commission or to deliberate further on the decision they were making. So I'm just suggesting that it could be read in more than one way, and it would be helpful to have some information about that.
Okay. At this time, the respondent will have 3 minutes to make any concluding remarks.
I don't have any.
Okay. Again, the chair will ask, is the complainant or representative of the complainant present? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Is there a motion? Member Knebber?
I, after going through this, I'm actually in favor of tabling and having, if the person who brought the complaint feels strongly about it, they can come back with more evidence to show us and to bring this in. Right now, I don't feel like I have a lot of evidence either way. So I move that we table this item.
I would second that and notate to the next meeting, to table it to the next meeting.
That's
well, if we
continuance.
Yeah. Well, no, if you table, you can table it to a certain future time. That is usually one meeting. Okay, you can let's postpone it to the next meeting. We can do it that way.
Well, I say we table it, and that's automatic till the next meeting. And if the complainant doesn't bring it back with more information, then it goes away.
Okay, that's fine. I'll second that. I'll hold my second.
Member Johnson?
I strongly disagree with that. This confusion about the tape, I want somebody to come in here and tell me how they tape those closed sessions. To table it, and on the off chance that anonymous doesn't show up next time, continuing it, I'll agree with. But I want someone to come in here and explain to me how those closed sessions are recorded. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I am not letting that slide by. I will bring it. I will bring it myself.
Member Washburn?
I agree that we shouldn't table it either. I don't think the complainant has any more information to give us. I think we need to hear more from Rec and Park about how things work there.
So,
Member Knebber?
I disagree. I think that the complainant could clarify where this information comes from, where they get this assertion that Blumenthal was in bankruptcy, where they get the idea that that item 10 was discussed in closed session, where that assertion comes from. I think that there is a lot that the complainant could bring to this. I think that Member Johnson's issue is an issue, but I don't think that it is material to what this complaint is brought. I think that is a separate issue. That is a problem, absolutely, but I don't think it is material to what the complainant asked for.
Member Johnson.
I think it is because the supervisor of records claimed to have reviewed it, and that's they're supporting that it's a privilege, that it's privileged, and prior to the supervisor of records reviewing the tape, they claimed that the tape didn't exist. And I'm reluctant to table it because if Anonymous is unavailable or something happens, it'll just go away. And a lot of times we send things to the Ethics Commission and they go away anyway, but not. It's already an issue about closed sessions, the same way that it's an issue about attorney-client privilege. For example, when the Clarks come up with another complaint that talks about whether or not the attorney's recommendations had to do with denying access, because they're privileged, I'm not sure how we'll ever find that out. But if you table it and it goes away, you're ignoring a controversy about a closed session. I mean, that's really complicated when it comes to Sunshine, because it's litigation. And if they filed bankruptcy, there is a limitation. There is a distinct deadline of seeking some of those, to be in line for some of those monies, creditors for some of the monies for bankruptcy.
Member Cawthon?
I think the problem here is that the complainant didn't come. I mean, this is key. And since the complainant's not here, they sent voluminous information, but they should be here to talk to this. Second thing I have to say is that regarding the tape, their position is whether they taped it or they didn't or they found it, it's protected by attorney-client privilege. So a lot of what we're arguing is moot.
No.
Member Wolf.
I disagree with that because if you read the ordinance, it does say when matters have come to a conclusion for closed session that they can be released to the public, and so it isn't always and forever attorney-client privilege. When the item is over, then that has been held in closed session can become public. But I would say I've actually found the minutes of that day for that meeting, and they're verbatim minutes. They are like very, very detailed. And for that item regarding the Murphy Windmill Verbiage company, there was no public comment noted.
Member Knebber, Member Johnson.
I think that if the complainant finds that these were deemed disclosable, then the complaint isn't with the Rec and Park Department. It is with the city attorney's office, because their attorney, as per they're supposed to, went through it and deemed that these are held by attorney-client privilege. There is redress for appealing that decision, but it is not in this case. I think that the city parks did what they were supposed to do under this, because the custodian of records in the city attorney's office said, I reviewed them and said these are not disclosable. So they did what they were supposed to be doing.
Member Johnson.
It doesn't say the city attorney reviewed them. It says the supervisor of records reviewed it.
Who is an employee of the city attorney's office, as our ECA 3 said.
But just what I was going to say is I think that this is totally outrageous, because how many times have I sat up here in just the small amount of time I've been on this task force and the respondent has not appeared and we continued it. And now because the complainant cannot appear and he is normally here regularly, we're going to table it?
I don't know if it's the same one.
Oh, I don't know if it's the same one either, but even if they're not here next time, then clearly they don't care about it. But
that's what I'm saying. Tabling is leaving a redress for the complainant. It's not going away. It's not continued. It's saying if the complainant feels this is important, they have an area to take it up and come to us and say, this is why I think it's important.
But tabling it implies that we think that the complainant has to show us that it's important. It's been brought before us, and there's a number of issues, including the one that Member Wolf brought up, that the closed sessions can eventually become, depending on their circumstances, they become disclosable. And so I think tabling it shows just that we're saying that you need to show us that it has validity to continue it. Maybe if you continued it and they didn't show up, then you would say, okay, there's nothing we can do.
Member Cawthon?
This is just procedural, but I mean, my knowledge of Robert's Rules of Order says when you table something, you're getting rid of it. So if we want to bring this forward, we should continue it. And I would ask Mr. Three, what's your understanding of tabling?
If there are three ways to do things, you can table something, which is usually will leave it on the table for the duration of that meeting. If nobody picks it up, then it stays on the table for the very next meeting. After that, it's dead if nobody brings it up. You can postpone to a specific time in the future, or you can postpone indefinitely, which will just kill it forever, pretty much, or you can continue it. And continuing it just means it stays on the agenda until it gets finished. Those are the three ways to move an item beyond the meeting that you're working at. I would suggest that let it stay on the table to the next meeting. If you still feel strongly about it at the next meeting, then make a motion to continue it at the next meeting. Of course, because we're going to take it off the table. You take it off the table. If you vote in favor of it, you can take it off the table. If you vote in favor of tabling it.
Tabling doesn't get rid of it. Tabling
Right.
just says it's on the table. We're not going to deal with it until we get more information or something else changes that we want to address it again.
It's like saying if somebody couldn't make it, at the time that they were supposed to show up, we're just going to table this for later on in the meeting until they show up, and then we just take it from the table.
I am going to just reiterate that I think you should continue it. I don't know what Mr. Threet's understanding of the term table is, but my understanding is once you table something, it's goodbye.
Mr. Threet?
You're wrong.
Through the chair, my understanding, and I have to say I'm rusty on this issue, and I had in my notes from the last meeting that I should have a copy of Robert's Rules for this meeting, and unfortunately I did not obtain that, so my apologies. But my understanding of it is similar to what Member Knebber has articulated. And I just wanted to also clarify that when I said the supervisor of records had reviewed this and was a deputy city attorney, I did not mean to imply that. She is the counsel for the Department of Recreation and Parks. She is not. It's a separately designated position by the city attorney.
I believe we're ready for the question on the motion to table.
On the motion to table, Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber.
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Cawthon.
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes. The motion passes.
Mr. Chair, if I could just make a
Member Wolf?
a comment. If folks would read section 67.8-1, it's clear in there when closed session recordings are to be they talk about a rationale as to when they become feasible for release to the public.
Mr. Clerk, would you read the next item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Next item is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by William Clark against the City Attorney's Office for allegedly violating Section 67.21B.
Is there a motion to accept jurisdiction?
I so move.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? Is there any public comment on the jurisdiction question? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Roll call, please.
On jurisdiction, Member Cawthon. Aye. Cawthon, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber.
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Ni aye, Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Thank you. That takes us to substance. Mr. Clark, again, thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Hello again. First of all, I'd like to make you aware that I'm the only complainant on this, so my brother isn't listed in this, and he may speak under public comment later on. Also, I wanted to make you aware that, as you probably remember, this is regarding the 11.75 hours that the City Attorney's Office charged the Street Arts Program for Sunshine Ordinance disclosures. And as a result of receiving that, I sent City Attorney Herrera an email on December 15th and asked for a specific breakdown of what those hours were, and breakdown and exactly what they spent the time on. And I received in response this document, which I would like you all to examine for a second. It's much shorter than the other one. If you would pass that around. And basically, all I received was a breakdown of 3 attorneys' times on the fact that they did sunshine disclosure requests. There's nothing else new in that other than instead of giving me information at 11.75 hours, they said 2.5 hours here for sunshine disclosure, and there was no specifics given. And I would like to remind you that the Sunshine Ordinance does say in, I believe it's 627:20, I forget now, but it's subsection I, that all communications with the City Attorney's Office with regard to this ordinance, including petitions, requests for opinions, and opinions shall be public records. And it's my belief that the city attorney stated to you that he would be happy to bring you the information specifically about what these 11.75 hours dealt with in regards to the Sunshine Ordinance. I believe the city attorney is now invoking the client attorney privilege and refusing to give the specifics on what those hours dealt with, and which is the next item, relates to the next item. And what I'm saying is that if this was legitimate, if all that time was based on legitimate clarification of the Sunshine Ordinance or instructions to the Arts Commission as to what their responsibilities are, then I should be able to get documentation or at least an explanation of what the subjects were that were discussed between the Arts Commission and the city attorney, and I haven't received that. And that's why I filed 2 separate complaints on this, because I wanted to just, find out what the subject matter was in regards to all this time so that we could determine, which we've spoke before about, whether or not this time that was spent by the city attorney was legitimate, or whether he was acting as a legal counsel for the Arts Commission. And in this it gives me no new information than what I had before when I asked for a breakdown. And I just think I'm entitled to a little more information.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Mr. Rustam?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Jack Song of the City Attorney's Office contacted me on Friday saying that he was going to request a continuance because he had a oral surgery scheduled, but I did not receive that email.
Thank you. Is there anybody here to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Continuance has been requested. What is the pleasure of the task force?
What about, doesn't the respondent get to chime in on that?
Respondent's not here.
The respondent has...
I mean the complainant get to chime in on that?
Member Kneber.
Again, I don't know. There's a lot of people down there that could do this. That could be here. There's a lot of people from the city's attorney office that could do this. We've had different people. I don't know. I'm all for going for it again.
I believe consensus is for going forward. Therefore, we shall proceed. Do members of the task force have any questions for the complainant?
Yes.
Member Knebber.
Mr. Clark, I have a question for you. So on your first complaint, we're just dealing with
right.
Okay. So did you ever get a response from them?
I got the response, which I just passed out
Okay.
there.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh,
What,
okay.
Could you tell me what
well,
it said?
basically, they just took the 11.7 hours and said 2.3 hours was spent on sunshine ordinance disclosures by this attorney and 3 hours by this attorney, but all I got was that it was all for sunshine ordinance
Okay,
disclosures.
and when was that sent to you?
Ooh.
Does it have a date on it? Does anybody see?
I'm not sure what the date of, but it was fairly recently. It was maybe a week or two ago.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Excuse me, Mr. Clark, please be seated.
Mr. Chair.
It says here at the bottom, printed February 1st at 11:58 a.m., which
So that
I
was-
assume means PST.
So that was even after the complaint was filed? That was
Yes.
a month over. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Perhaps the other members would like to look at that before proceeding. Member Wolf.
Mr. Clark, if you remember in the last case, I had asked you specifically if you had the attachment that the city attorney had sent to the Arts Commission
Right.
that had the specific information that we're talking about here.
Right.
Okay? So I'll ask you again, do you have that information?
Well, I have this.
It was an Excel document, a
I un-
spreadsheet.
I understand, but I have it right here. That's what's on this spreadsheet. It says city attorney costs for sunshine disclosures.
Is that the spreadsheet from the attachment?
I believe it is. I
Yes,
may
sir.
be wrong.
Okay.
It says 11.75.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Does it have a? Does it have a?
That's an unresponsive answer, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
but does it have a code at the bottom of it that matches?
I don't know the answer to your question. There's a code at the top, and I may have seen the spreadsheet.
It was an attachment, Mr. Clark. You either open it or you don't open it.
I'm sure I did open it. I think I did. I don't know whether I have it with me.
Okay, because that could have the information that you wanted.
Well, it didn't have the information.
Well, that's my question. Did you see it or didn't you see
Everything I've seen only said, up until I received this, actually, at the last meeting that we had at the that we were at, the city attorney gave me that at the last meeting. I didn't receive that in the mail or anything. I was delivered with that personally. Nothing has been given to me other than that they did 11.75 hours in that. That's no spreadsheet. Nothing breaks down anything. That's
Okay.
all I can say.
Thank you.
Could we see that spreadsheet?
Member Knebber.
If we deal, I understand where you're going, but if we're dealing with this specific case in this narrow context, I think that we should, when we come to it, I think we should move that we find that they didn't respond. We should move that they didn't. We should find a violation of 6721B because they didn't respond. Obviously, this response is almost a month after the sunshine violation was filed. So.
Chair will again ask, is anybody here for the respondent? Okay, at this time, the complainant has 3 minutes to make any concluding remarks.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to try and do all this fast and easy for you. I know it's been long. And as I stated, the only information I've received was that they did 11.75 hours. And I read your city attorney's explanation of some of this. And what I'm saying is there may be some legitimate use of the city attorney's office for explanation of how the Art Commission can respond to some sunshine requests. But how many hours does the Art Commission have to ask the city attorney? How does the sunshine, or how do we operate under the sunshine ordinance? And what and I've received emails And you may recall in previous hearings that Mr. Lazar testified that he doesn't send every request over to the city attorney's office. And in one of the emails, which I supplied to you in the next case, it specifically says that they do send every email over to the city, every public document request over to the city attorney's office, and he has to spend a great deal of his time helping them. And what I'm trying to find out is I'm trying to legitimately separate whether or not all that time, which I, by the way, pay both the Art Commission and the city attorney's office for, was a legitimate use of the city attorney in regards to these sunshine disclosure requests. And if the city attorney came in front of you previously and said that they would be happy to give us this information, and then all I got was this document with nothing new in it, and I'm trying to determine whether or not all the time that's been used was for legitimate sunshine ordinance instruction, or whether or not the city attorney acted as a legal counsel for the Arts Commission in response to the sunshine ordinance disclosures. And I hope you don't hold it against me, because I'm trying to figure out which is which. And I'm not saying that all of the city attorney's time was improper, but I want to find out exactly what it was for. And I appreciate all your time tonight, because I know it's been a lot.
Thank you. Matter is back with the task force. Member Johnson?
Was there a motion actually made?
No.
Did you actually make a motion? I think that the concept of attorney-client privilege is taken a little bit too far. I think that they did not keep their withholding to a minimum. I do not think that it is the substance, perhaps, of what they advised is privileged, but not which cases they worked on. And they threw them all under 000496, which is the street artist program. So I think that they could, at a minimum, even if they redacted the advice, they could at least let them know which requests were sent over.
Mr. Chair?
Member Knibber?
I agree with you, but I think that we're off the case. This case is only about them responding.
Yeah, but they said that they wanted a breakdown of what time was used for each specific sunshine ordinance request your office had to spend time on. To me, that's asking for which requests they asked for advice on.
Mr. Threet?
Through the chair, I offer this as background information. I don't have any specific information about these billing records, but our office does have a billing policy, and it is a public document. And the billing that occurs in a spreadsheet format. I believe it's the same format that you have before you. When billing records are produced in response to public records complaints, they're produced in that format, and the redactions take place by blacking out information that is claimed as exempted from disclosure. I did not examine those records. I don't know if there's been any blacking out, but if there has not been blacking out, then there's been no redactions of that record. For litigation purposes, where the city is seeking recovery of attorney's fees, rather detailed billing is kept because the court requires that to justify the recovery of the attorney's fees. But for billing purposes for city departments, it's a rather generalized, higher-level billing procedure because the purpose is to allow the client to keep informed about how it's getting billed and for what types of advice it's getting billed at.
Thank you. Member Johnson?
Considering that that there are documents that show that Mr. Lazar asks the city attorney to help him prevent them from filing complaints. That's on page 149. It's not in the same, and Mr. Threet's memos even state that these cases are interrelated. It doesn't mean they're the same, so it's not like each thing is separate, but Mr. Lazar has asked the city attorney to help him prevent them from bugging him and complained about them to the city attorney. And how, if there's no, I understand that maybe there is no document because of the billing practice, but it is not privileged which cases they worked on. That is not privileged. And there is no way if you took it to the Supreme Court that would be considered privileged. It has nothing to do with what, and otherwise, how would you ever know? How would we ever enforce the policy that they're not supposed to advise them on withholding documents? How will we ever know?
Member Wolf.
I agree with you. We've been through this over the years that the opinions or the advice that the city attorney gives to the city staff or departments must be made public. It's a public record. It's kind of like advice for everybody. It's not to be specific unless there's litigation involved. This is not dealing with litigation. This is dealing with public records and advice as to whether they should be public or not. I mean, the question is if there's something that's not in the Good Government Guide or in the Sunshine Ordinance that they can understand, then you go to your legal counsel and get, further advice. And if it's in written format, then that is to be considered general opinion.
Member Johnson and then Member Knebber.
One other question is that we were talking about the failure to respond, but the city attorney's office says it didn't receive the December 15th request. Do you have a copy? You in our packet, you copied the email request into a different request. So we would need something that has the transmittal.
I sent that in an email. I forwarded the email, which I sent the city attorney to Chris, and he included it in your file, and this is a copy of it right here.
But is that the one that says here's a copy of what we sent?
No, this is. I actually sent the I forwarded.
Maybe it's in my packet over here. I didn't see it.
Forwarded the message.
I see it. Thank you.
Okay.
I apologize.
No problem.
Member Knebber.
Again, I think that we're conflating the two cases. I think that the first one is relatively straightforward, and it's about them getting back in a timely manner, responding. And the second one, I am willing to jump into it about all this. I just think that the first one is relatively straightforward, that they didn't respond in time to a public records request.
Member Johnson.
I still think that they're not keeping their withholding to a minimum. They're laying a blanket statement down on attorney-client privilege.
Is there a motion?
Get the ball rolling.
Okay. I would move to find a violation of 6726. Is that what? A violation of 6726. For not providing the information of which cases they worked on. And then was the timely manner 6721
B?
B?
Yes, B. Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there public comment on this item? Thank you for coming, sir. You have 3 minutes.
First of all, I want to apologize to the commissioners for disrupting your meeting a few seconds ago, because I had remembered that at our last task force meeting, Deputy City Attorney Jack Song pulled me aside and said, "I have this information. Do you still want it?" And I said, "Of course I want it." And when he gave it to me, I looked through it. It was the 3 pages, and all it said was public document request, public document request, public document request. And I said to him, this isn't what we wanted. So from that point, we sent another email over to him, officially saying that this doesn't give us what we want. Please send us this information, and he hasn't done it yet. And I agree with him that these things are separate, but yet they are connected, because the reason why we're trying to find out specifically what the subjects are of these specific individual hours is because we're going to allege in the next hearing that the city attorney did act as a legal counsel to the Art Commission, and through the emails that we were able to get through public document requests, I think it clearly shows that the Art Commission has been going to the city attorney. And just so I do understand the dilemma of keeping the subjects separate, but one does lead to the other, and that's why we find it's really important for us to get this specific information so we can say, okay, this 3 minutes, 3 hours, whatever it is legit, but these aren't legit, and therefore it's my belief that the city attorney is withholding this information because they know if they give it to us, it's going to clearly show that they have been acting as legal counsel, which is what we'll be discussing in the next issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion. Member Johnson?
The only reason why, it is frustrating to one of the reasons I think that the Sunshine Ordinance includes oral information is that some things may not be kept in the way that a document can just be presented. But that doesn't mean that the information doesn't exist or that the information is not available or can't be provided to people who want their information. And a lot of times it feels like, I can't say that this is a fact, but it feels like the departments don't want to turn over the information, and they really don't care if you find them in violation because nothing happens to them as long as they don't have to turn over the information. And so as long as we just keep focusing on whether there's a physical piece of paper without acknowledging that they could still provide useful information orally that is available, people are just never going to get the information that they want. So that's the reason why I think we have to take into consideration that the Sunshine Ordinance doesn't just, some people may not realize that they don't, sometimes Mr. Grossman says the same thing. He says he doesn't like it when we say documents or records. He likes to say public information because it comes in all forms.
Member Knebber.
I would agree with you, but when I say documents and records, I mean all information. I think that those records, whether they're oral or a piece of paper, are the same thing. I don't make that distinction, even though it's in that paper. I think that if he asks him a question and he has it in his head, that is a piece of information he should have. I just don't think that, for myself, I don't parse between the two. That's why it's a long argument that I don't participate in, because I think it's all the same.
Further discussion. Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber?
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf?
Yes.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan? Aye. Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Cawthon? Aye. Cawthon, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chairman, 7 ayes. The motion passes.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, could you read the next item, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next item is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by William Clark against the City Attorney's Office for denying access to public records.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there public comment on the jurisdiction question? Seeing none, roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Cawthon? Aye. Cawthon, aye. Member Manny? I'm sorry, Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber?
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan? Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, please approach. Again, thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to try and do this as simply as I can because I know I sent you a lot of information. I'm sorry, I forgot my paper. I forgot the section that I'm quoting on this. I think it's 67.21 or 20, and I believe it's
21I.
21I.
Your complaint says 21I.
Okay, thank you. And in that, it clearly states that the city attorney's office shall not act as a legal counsel for any city employee or any person having custody of any public record for purposes of denying access to the public And again, it says all communications with the city attorney's office with regard to this ordinance, including petitions, requests for opinion, and opinions shall be public records. I also read all the information the city attorney, your city attorney, wrote, and I agree. The question is, is the city attorney acting within the law, or is he providing legal counsel to the Arts Commission in many of these public disclosure requests, including my own? And what I did was I sent you emails, which I received thanks to the Sunshine Ordinance, that were sent between the Arts Commission and the City Attorney's Office relating to all these Sunshine Ordinance disclosure requests for 09-010. And, many of them say things that are really questionable. First of all, though, I'd like to, if I may, I also have an additional email here that I didn't include. And this is from Con Han, who is the accountant for the Arts Commission, and it's sent to Leo Levinson of the Controller's Office. And in it, he does make a statement that the fee increase is for new charges we need to pay the city attorney's office fee for spending extraordinary hours to work on our cases. So I would just like to add that to the record for you. And then to get into the emails, I tried to send you a synopsis of what some of the emails involved, and I have many things here. But if you, I hope you've all read through them because it would have helped. But in many of them, it's clear that this Arts Commission is using the city attorney's office to act as their legal counsel and to actually draft the responses to requests to your task force. Excuse me, I'm losing it. But because my numbers may be different than your numbers, because I have on the first email, if I may, I'd just like to make a statement that Mr. Lazar says that I wish to thank Deputy City Attorney Adine Vera for patiently spending a great deal of time in clarifying details of the Sunshine Ordinance for me, which is fine. And then he goes on to say, and in reviewing my written draft of my argument. Well, I mean, I don't think the city attorney should be reviewing the written draft of anybody's argument. In particular, this is the city, this is the Art Commission. And, there's a couple of other really relevant emails here, which I'd like to get to first while I have my couple of minutes, because this number, which I have labeled as 116, which was sent to, hold on, I have it here, which was sent from Howard Lazar to the controller. He says, I telephoned Louise and told him about what Adine advised us to do with respect to Adario. Adine is the city attorney, a deputy city attorney, the controller's office, and Chris Rustum of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Louise is pleased that we took the initiative and will implement Adine's advice. He asked me to call Chris Rustum and tell him that we will be replying to Adario once we received an email explanation of the two codes from the controller's office. I called Chris Rustum and left him a very generalized voicemail message. But this clearly shows that the city attorney Adine Vera was advising them of how to respond to these requests, and also how to proceed with it in front of your task force. I'm sorry, that's all the time I have, because I hope you did read these, and I'd really like to go over them further with you, because I believe they clearly show that the city attorney spent some time and is acting as the legal counsel for the Arts Commission.
Thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant?
No, you can do it under public.
Seeing none, is the respondent present? Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, matters with the task force.
I mean,
Member Knebber.
The one line, that's the one that I'm focusing on. I mean, depending on how you take that, it's pretty smoking gun there. Reviewing the statements where the Adesh's, or whatever, the Deputy City Attorney, Adine Vara, is reviewing and preparing, helping them prepare the statements. I don't know. That alone kind of puts up red flags for me.
Member Wolf, Member Johnson.
Okay, so a couple of things, and I appreciate, Mr. Clark, you're providing us with all this stuff. It's a little hard to disseminate everything that's in there. We can glean from some of your notations, your circles around certain stuff. I'd like to ask you on page 141, 140, and 141, can you it's what you notated as 16 and 18.
Okay.
Can you tell me what these two documents are?
15. Okay, this 16, actually 16 is, I assume is Mr. Lazar.
Is that your handwriting?
No, that's Howard Lazar's handwriting.
Oh, okay.
This was prepared by him.
Got it.
And if you look at the bottom of it, it says time involved in conference with the city attorney.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Now, I don't know what was involved in that.
And do you know what the document is on page 141, the next one, number 18?
18. I believe that what that is that's a breakdown from which Mr. Lazar made, which talks about his time that was used in responding to all the sunshine requests for that year.
So these came from the Art Commission,
Yes.
not from the city attorney?
That's right.
Okay, great.
Right.
Now, on page 145 and 146 of our packet, that's number 32 and 42 of yours.
Right.
There are attachments that say task force letter.
Right.
Okay. Do you have those?
No, I don't.
When you received these, were they in hard copy or were they in electronic? Were those emails to you? Were they forwarded to you?
Okay, I'm trying to. I received it in hard copy.
You received it.
I couldn't open those. Any of the attachments I didn't get, so I could open them.
How were all these documents given to you? In what format?
I made a request to the Arts Commission to send me any communication.
How did they send them to you?
They sent them by mail.
By physical mail?
Yeah, hard
copy. Okay,
right.
great. It would have been nice to see those task force letter.
I agree.
And there's actually more. One page on 148. Okay, I'll stop here for the moment. Next,
Member Johnson.
Also on page 145, in addition to what Member Knebber talked about, them reviewing the response, is that the same thing that you were talking about?
I was through the chair. I was actually responding to on page 137, which the complainant said it's the things with 3 stars next to it. I wish to thank Deputy City Attorney Adine Vara for patiently spending a great deal of time, and then and reviewing my written draft of the argument. I think that is in reference to this, what you're referring to, but yeah, that's what I was talking about.
I think on page 145, though it is not from, it's from Mr. Lazar, and I'm not sure that we have the city attorney's response to that, but I mean, that pretty clearly has some language in it that details what they were talking about, not just clarifying it, but he says, not just where the Clarks have underlined where it says, as you recommended, but the line following that. He says, for example, pointing out that the complaint committee had dismissed her previous complaint, practically the same as the current complaint, which pretty much implies refusing to comply. That right there is pretty much asking her, saying, I put in this letter that here's the reasoning why we don't want to respond. Mm-hmm. And I think that that's acting as counsel, that's acting as legal counsel. It's not just clarifying it.
Page 155 and 156 is another interesting. The notations that are on there, all the different city attorneys that are involved in this. There's Zarefsky, there's Gutierrez, because the dean was out of the, Varar was out of the office, I guess. But there's, here Mr. Lazar is asking for personal help and preparation. And then he admits a delay in fulfilling the 29th request. I don't know whether that's delay to us or delay to them. But he asked for some help in editing some document, and on the following page is a response with regards to that particular case that the attorney had. Now another attorney, Virginia Dario Elizondo, reviewed, made minor edits. We don't know whether those edits are substantive or not. Just more.
Member Johnson.
Also, there are a couple things in here that I'm not going to put up with them anymore. I don't know how to fix them, but I'm not taking it anymore. And one of them is calling the complainants a new era of stupidity and complaining. These are the only people who would want these documents are the people who have to pay money. And that's why they want them, because they're the ones paying the money. But also, Mr. Sung, on page 131, without any explanation, accuses the Clarks of threatening him. And that we've seen this time and time again. I want details of this threat. And then to not show up, they're slandering them. They're making and they're attorneys. They know better than doing that. And they know better than to call requests for oral information interrogatories. They threatened him, and that's it. And it's just left out there with nothing. So, of course, the same people are going to make these complaints to the Arts Commission because it's their money.
Okay, at this time, the complainant will have 3 minutes to make any concluding remarks.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out a couple of other emails in which this one in particular I have marked as 125. I'm sorry, I don't know what page number it is for you. But it's from Howard Lazar to Dean Vara, and he's responding to, he's writing about it, one of the disclosure requests. And he goes, Dean, this is what I'm talking about. To furnish prints of famous screens would require staff time printing out 365 documents. In other words, creating documents. We do not have staff time to do this. And then he goes on to say, therefore, I want to send him a letter telling him we do not have the famous screen prints and we are not obligated to create them. Do you agree? And I'm sorry, he's asking for that advice. And to my knowledge, I spoke to Mr. Dario, and he never received the copies of those famous screen prints. And so it's my assumption that they decided that they were going to interpret that as creating a new document, because there isn't a piece of paper that exists, that they were going to interpret that to mean that to print out a copy of it, they were going to say that means creating a new document. And I don't know what the advice was, but I'm going to assume that they told them you don't have to do that. And then in this other statement, this other email, it's dated 10/01/09. It's from Howard to Adine again, and he makes a statement he says, each request necessarily involves my approaching you and then you giving hours of your valuable time to it. Please accept my apology for this. This is what we've been saying. We've been saying that instead of just deciding that it's either a public or non-public document, Mr. Lazar is going over to the city attorney with each request and then spending all this time and getting all this advice and then charging us extra and then complaining that we're costing them all this extra time and therefore a fee gets raised. And so all I'm trying to say is I agree with your city attorney that you have to decide. There may be some legitimate city attorney advice that's being given, but to me, when they sit there and say, "Please, look over my please edit and look over my document that I'm going to send and advise me of this," it couldn't be any clearer that they're going beyond what I think they should go. They should go and I don't know how you want to respond to that, but I think that the emails clearly indicate that that they've gone beyond what they should be doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Matter is back with the task force. Just by way of information, statement number 125 that Mr. Clark alluded to is on packet page 172. Matters back with the task force. Is there a motion?
I would also like to add that 109 is on packet page 166, and it's at the bottom highlighted. Each request necessarily involves my approaching you, and then you're giving me hours of your valuable time to do it.
Thank you.
I would also like to make a comment. I mean, this is the best evidence so far of all that I've seen about this, all these emails. I wish I've seen them a lot earlier, because this is to the point of ridiculousness. It seems like every request has Mr. Lazar going to, every request here at least, this is tons going to him, going to the city attorney's office asking, is this a public document or whatever, whereas that's part of his job to determine. It's kind of mind-boggling.
Member Johnson.
Is there, I don't even know who to present this question to, but isn't there some responsibility on the part of the city attorney's office to they're charging a lot of money, but on some of these they should be responding back that this is an inappropriate use of our time, which is about a 5-minute bill instead of a 15-minute or 2-hour bill. Isn't there some responsibility on the city attorney to...
Mr. Threet.
Through the chair, the city attorney provides advice to his clients so long as they can pay for that advice. If the Arts Commission or any other departmental client is able to pay for it, then and they have a question about what the law requires in a specific situation, then the advice will be provided.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, I would question if that's in violation of 6721. What is it?
Aye.
Aye.
I question that practice is,
I would say I honestly do too. I mean, this is a question getting into it. I mean, is this brings up a whole can of worms about the city attorney and what they're doing with this commission, and is it happening with other commissions?
Right. Yeah.
Is this? We have documentation here just from the Arts Commission, but is this what's happening when, any other commission or any other office has to come before us? Are they sending a prepared draft over to the city attorney's office and asking them to edit it for them?
Member Johnson.
This on page 172, what he read. I know this says it's relating to a Dario immediate disclosure request, and this is, evidence after the fact, but if Mr. Adario didn't receive the screens, there's evidence that they exist right here. I'm not sure what you want to do about that. If you want to, sometimes Member Wolf suggests notifying the Board of Supervisors, but this is evidence that unless Mr. Adario did receive these screens, we don't know. We could go back, I guess, and look at our records, but this is evidence that they exist and were not provided because they were using a definition of creating.
Member Wolf.
Well, through the chair, Member Johnson, if you feel that there is some compelling evidence to reconsider an item that has come before us that we have taken a different position on, you can, if you voted in the majority for that item, then you can do that.
I can investigate.
Yeah,
more.
you can. We can bring it back to and put it on the agenda to the place and have it reconsidered to the place just before we take a vote and re-deliberate it.
Member Knebber.
I would suggest, and I don't think it's proper actually to attach to this, but I would suggest that we draft a memo or a correspondence to Mr. Lazar reiterating that printing of a document is not creating a document. And what we found, because from these items, obviously that is what his definition, his working definition is, and we should reiterate that the evidence has come to light that's the way he takes that phrase, and I think we should definitely, if nothing, no matter what the decision is or what our finding is, that we should send a letter to them saying that printing a document is not tantamount to creating a document; it is producing a document, as per Sunshine.
Member Wolf.
Yeah, just to make it to give it substance in 6721I, the last sentence says all communications with the city attorney's office with regards to this ordinance, including petitions, requests for opinion, and opinion shall be public records.
Yeah, well, I'm saying beyond that. I'm saying any document, because according to some of these things that we're seeing from him, he's saying that his opinion is that any document request, if it's not a document, like a paper document, it's not disclosable.
Got what you're saying. So here you're talking about
something separate,
public information in general. Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
Maybe I'm missing something here. The complaint is against the city attorney's office for violation of 67.27I. We have a whole bunch of communications here from Howard Lazar that seem to indicate a desire to dodge public records requests and to get the city attorney's backing in doing so. What I don't see here are replies from the city attorney's office that would seem to give the support that Mr. Lazar is seeking. Again, maybe I'm missing something. Mr. Clark, if either of the Mr. Clarks could show me something here that gives us that evidence, I'd certainly welcome it.
Okay. On the email page I marked as 98, it's from,
Page 162 of our packet.
162. At the very bottom, it's in regards to, it says, it's from A. Dean to Sharon Page Ritchie, who is the secretary for Luis Cancel, who's the director of the program. It says, in response to your question, you are create that there's no duty to create a record where one does not exist, which they twisted into this other thing. And then it says, let's talk by phone tomorrow regarding the rest of the request. Now, I can't present documents and everything because what they're doing is they're talking by phone and they're advising the Arts Commission regarding the rest of the public document request over the telephone. And this indicates that they don't just advise them through emails, but that they are giving them legal advice over the telephone. And I'm sorry I can't present you with that.
Member Knebber?
I would actually even point to the next one on page 163, where it was from a Dean Barra saying, the extension letter is fine. Please send it if you already haven't. I will be out of the office, but I can assist you when I return with this when I return. I mean, it's based on an immediate disclosure request, and it's their response, presumably looking over an extension, a request for extension on an immediate disclosure request.
Okay. Is there a motion? Member Wolf.
I move to find violation of 6721I and which one was the failing to send? I keep forgetting that. 21E. Yeah, and 21E.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Is there public comment on this item?
Thank you. I'll be real fast because I know it's late. I just want to go back to this one on page 125 because I think that's prima facie evidence that shows Mr. Lazar is trying to get the city attorney to advise him how he can deny Mr. Dario this public information. And that's why he went into this whole convoluted idea of, well, gee, if it's in a computer and we got to print it, then we're creating a new document. And when the city attorney later on emphasizes, well, you don't have to create a new document, it only supports Mr. Lazar's scheme to deny these public documents to Mr. Dario on the basis that he's creating new documents. And I think what's going on here, because we've been in all these hearings, our minds are boggled. We're going, how come this man won't tell us his salary? How come he's claiming there's no records down at the Art Commission? And I think this email is prima facie evidence that what they're doing down there is they're making this excuse that we don't have records because it's on a computer somewhere, and if we download it, we're creating new records. And so I just want to emphasize that email in particular, because then if you see it from that point of view, then you start understanding. How can they stand there and say they have no documents and records of salaries and benefits? How can they stand there and say that we have these famous spreadsheets, but we don't have to print them out and give them to you? And, it's all based on this convoluted redefinition of what a record is and what a new record is, and I think that's important for you to focus in on that particular email. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Further discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Member Wolf.
I think that's an interesting point that the public commenter made. And I think it might be it might behoove us to also add 6726. It's obvious through this admission in writing that the arts, what Mr. Lazar has access and knows how many there are.
But Mr. Lazar is not the
Yeah, this is a
respondent
different
here.
complaint. This is
Oh.
So it wouldn't work. That would have to go back to something else.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay.
Further discussion? Roll call, please.
On the motion, Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Knebber.
Aye.
Knebber, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan.
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Member Cawthon.
Aye.
Cawthon, aye. Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Mr. Chair, we have 7 ayes. The motion passes.
Thank you. Before we move to the next item, during discussion on this last item, there was, I believe, a suggestion we send a letter to the Arts Commission or to Mr. Lazar to remind him that. Fill in the blank for me, please.
My suggestion was that we send a letter to the Arts Commission, specifically Mr. Lazar, to remind him that the printing of a document is not the creation of a document, it is the providing of a public document as per the Sunshine Ordinance.
All right. I don't think that a motion is required here. The chair will draft that letter and send it. Thank you both. Mr. Clerk, could we have the next item, please?
Next item is number 27. It's the report from the Complaint Committee meeting of February 8, 2011.
Okay, Mr. Member Knebber.
In our packet reflects I channeled Nick Goldman in the meeting, and we lasted about all of 4 minutes, and we got through it. We only had one. We found jurisdiction, and we saw it here today. Thank you.
Okay.
That's my report.
Next item, please.
Next item is the report by the Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting of February 8, 2011.
Member Washburn.
Our packet includes the draft minutes from this meeting, which very clearly and succinctly summarizes our full agenda, which we successfully went through.
Okay. Questions? The chair will note that the audience section has been vacated, so no need to ask for public comment on these items. Next item, please.
Item 29 is a report from the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee meeting of February 10, 2011.
Member Chan.
We invited Matt Smith for advice for what can we do in the education and outreach training community from SF Weekly, for just asking them to give us any recommendations for outreach and to the members of the public. But he didn't show. I think he was busy, so we had to schedule it for the next EOT meeting. We discussed we discussed the Facebook issue, and right now, I guess I believe that we have to put in the full task force for as an action item or ask council to advise us on what's the legals on placing a Facebook. Either one of us have to be the admin at all times. So
there might be some technological issues that you might also want to address on that. Third-party networking sites such as Facebook and MySpace are notoriously attractive and vulnerable to hackers and other cyber miscreants. So it might be something. There are certainly members on the task force here who could address that. Also, perhaps members of the Department of Technology could help you look at those. So that's just a suggestion that you might want to look at.
Right.
Member Knebber.
I seem to remember there might be a issue of all of us being on there or having a discussion on there, and I think that's the most important thing we need to address. Is if we do have a site, that only one person or no more than two people can comment or monitor, because if more than that, it becomes a seriatim meeting.
Yeah, we've discussed that, and we'll be in the next meeting. We'll be discussing a little bit more, and then present it to the full task force for.
Thank you. Member Cawthon?
We discussed this also at the Library Citizens Advisory Committee, and we didn't want to have an interactive group for that reason, but one of our young people just said we could do something like a fan page. Please don't ask me what that is.
Hey.
I mean, that's probably a solution. It's just other people commenting. As long as we make it known that we do not comment on there, we can just view the comments.
Yeah, I mean that's what we were discussing, a fan page in a Facebook, where just one of us create it, and then have people kind of like add as many friends as possible.
Yeah.
I think everybody here has a Facebook or something like that. So.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, let's conclude.
Thank you. Chair will again note the audience section is empty. Mr. Clerk, could we have the next item, please?
Next item is Administrator's Report, Mr. Chair. I do not have anything besides to add that I have in the packet.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
I have some questions.
Member Johnson, Member Wolf.
I wanted to ask about why we received all of the emails.
Yeah, so did I.
I'm just curious.
Through the chair, that is a regular item in the packet. It is in every packet.
There's a
But
lot
we don't
more this
normally
time.
receive the copies, do we?
No.
I erroneously put the emails in there. It's normally just a list.
Okay.
Member Wolf.
Yeah, I was a little concerned about all the extra paper, and because it made the entire packet a little confusing. In addition, on there was an additional. I don't know whether this was handed out today.
Yes,
Oh,
through
this
the
is
chair.
today. Okay. It'd just be good to have like maybe a little cover letter notating that it's for more than one case, because I don't know if anybody noticed on the back end that it was for both number 11, number 22. I missed this one when the case was over. So just maybe a Post-it note or something would be helpful. I also wanted to ask with regards to items starting with 12 and ending with 21. Those complaints came in December, and we have a requirement of a 45-day rule, and we're now beyond 45 days. So I'm a little concerned, as to how that might have happened and why.
First and foremost, through the chair, we did not have any hearings during the month of December.
Okay.
Secondly, all the agendas were full for the month of January, all the leftovers from August, September, October, November.
But even though we didn't have any meetings in the month of December, that doesn't obfuscate our responsibility to notify those complainants of the 45-day rule and whether they wanted it waived or not. Did any of those people, were they asked for...
Through the chair, no, they were not asked.
Okay. I believe that we've done this in the past where we know that items are going to possibly not be agendized for within the 45-day rule.
Well, that's correct, particularly around the holidays.
Right.
Winter holidays.
Right. So that's my concern. Just seeing, something coming from December was just a little concerning to me, and the largesse of our, I just want to make sure that we're not violating the ordinance ourselves.
Well, going forward, we'll obviously have to pay attention to that. Thank you for raising the issue.
Sure.
Before we move any further, going back to item 25, that matter is to be referred to the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee. That was complaint number 11002. Next item, please.
Next item is announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items from the task force members.
Announcements, Member Johnson.
I wanted to ask you about if you knew when the rules not the board rules, but if you had a plan on when you were going to reconstitute our rules.
Fairly immediately, now that Member Cawthon is back.
Okay.
Until recently, I had only 2 responses. Now I have a third, so we're going to. I will send the announcement out very, very shortly, and we're going to kick it into gear. Other questions or announcements, Member Chan.
I just want to comment and say, Sue, welcome back. We missed you.
We are indeed glad to see Member Cawthon back with us, and glad she came through her ordeal in such fine shape. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you all for coming.